All right. The time is now 5:30 p.m. on Wednesday, September 18th, 2024, and this public meeting of the DC State Board of Education will come to order. The roll will be now called to determine the presence of a quorum. Director Butler, please call the roll.
Representative Barnes.
Present.
Representative Lynn. Representative Mayer.
Present.
Representative Ting. Representative Best. Representative Chang. Representative Goulet.
Present.
Representative Henderson.
Here.
Representative O'Leary. Representative Reed. Representative Williams. Representative Patterson.
Present.
Representative Thompson.
Present.
Madam President, you have a quorum.
Thank you, Director Butler. A quorum has been determined, and the State Board will now proceed with the business portion of the meeting. Members, we do have a draft agenda before us. Are there any corrections or additions to the agenda? I do have one item. Okay, so I am actually going to move that we amend the agenda to strike CR 24-7, honoring the late Mary Levy. Why? Because Mary Levy's family would like to be in attendance when we consider this resolution, and it will be passed in time in October, and they can attend in October. So I'm suggesting we move that to our October public meeting. All right, thank you.
Second.
I was coming, so I've heard, actually, it's been moved and seconded. The motion being properly moved and seconded, I will ask for the yeas and the nays. All in favor?
Aye.
Say aye.
Aye.
Aye. And you all get to vote too. I know it's your first meeting. We'll cover that in a second. Any opposed? Say nay. Nay. Anybody? No? Okay, good. All right, motion is approved. We now have the minutes from our August and September working sessions. Is there a motion to adopt these minutes?
So moved.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
All right. Thank you, Representative O'Leary and Vice President Patterson for moving and seconding the motion. Is there any discussion on the minutes? All right. Seeing no discussion, the motion is to adopt these minutes. I will again ask for yeas and for nays. All in favor of adopting the minutes? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion is approved. Good evening. On behalf of the DC State Board of Education members, I do want to thank our guests and the viewing public and welcome you all to our meeting. The State Board holds its regularly scheduled public meetings on the third Wednesday of every month at the Old Council Chambers at 441 4th Street Northwest. Our meeting is also broadcast live via the District Knowledge Network. This evening, the State Board looks forward to hearing from 17 public witnesses. We encourage the public to sign up every month to share testimony. As a reminder, we now have hybrid capacity for our public meetings, and public witnesses may give testimony virtually. Sign up closes 48 hours before the public meeting, and the link can be found at www.sboe.dc.gov. The State Board has been very busy over the past few weeks during back-to-school season. In addition to participating in back-to-school events such as the DCPS Block Party, we also hosted a literacy mixer for kindergarten teachers on September 5th. The State Board would like to thank Interim Superintendent Mitchell, Chancellor Farabee, Councilmember Pinto, the Washington Teachers Union, the DC Charter School Alliance, and Representative Chang for your attendance and collaboration. On Monday of this week, we also had our second annual Teacher Appreciation Day in partnership with Ariel Atkins of the Washington Mystics and the Lids Foundations. We were very pleased to surprise the teachers at Moton Elementary School with lunch, gift cards, and a school supply shopping experience as a small token of our appreciation for the incredible work they do. I want to thank the Ariel Atkins Foundation, the Lids Foundation, and the State Board staff for making that $15,000 giveaway possible. The State Board looks forward to hosting more impactful and fun events with our valued partners across the education cluster and beyond. I am now going to turn to OSSI's Chief of Staff, Kate Gottfredson, to share remarks. Our interim superintendent, Dr. Mitchell, was unable to join us because she is out of town this week. Ms. Gottfredson.
Thank you so much, President Thompson, Vice President Patterson, and members of the DC State Board of Education. My name is Kate Gottfredson, and I am the Chief of Staff for the Office of the Superintendent of Education, or OSSI. Dr. Mitchell would certainly love to be here this evening, as she is very eager to hear public feedback on our inaugural DC-wide graduate profile. However, as President Thompson mentioned, she had an unavoidable conflict this evening, and so I'll be sharing remarks on her behalf. I want to start by sharing some background information about the graduate profile in advance of this evening's panel on the subject. In OSSI's 2023 to 2025 strategic plan, we identified reimagining the district's high school graduation requirements as one of our feature initiatives. OSSI recognizes that stakeholder engagement is a vital step in the process to reimagine the district's graduation requirements, and we cannot skip straight to implementation without first developing an aligned vision for where we want the district to move. Therefore, we began stakeholder engagement and research on this work last year. We've met with students, families, LEA leaders, college partners, and career experts to receive feedback on the district's graduation requirements. We also conducted research reviewing graduate profiles from DCPS, other districts, other states, including Utah and North Dakota, where two of tonight's panelists hail from. This year, we continued targeted outreach with diverse district stakeholders, and for the first time, we drafted a DC-wide graduate profile to identify the skills and characteristics DC students should attain by graduation. We've shared the draft graduate profile for public comment on our website, held educator-specific feedback sessions, and a general feedback session, presented the profile at DCPS's back-to-school block party, and are continuing to host additional targeted public engagement. We're so pleased that the State Board is helping further promote the draft graduate profile through tonight's panel discussion. Our team will be listening closely to this evening's comments, adding tonight's input to the comprehensive feedback we have received through our public engagement process, as we seek to refine the profile for DC's unique context and clearly articulate the key knowledge and skills our students need to thrive on the life path of their choice. Once we've reviewed all of the public feedback, we intend to revise and finalize the inaugural DC-wide graduate profile in October. The aligned vision portrayed in the profile will then be used to reimagine the district's graduation requirements and focus district educational efforts in the coming years. Dr. Mitchell expressed great disappointment that she is unable to attend the first public meeting with the board's new student representatives. As a former DC Public Schools social studies teacher, Dr. Mitchell has great appreciation for young people who commit their time and energy as active citizens pushing for positive change here in the district. She asked me to congratulate each of you for your appointment to the board and wish you a wonderful and impactful year. We also wish to wish Ms. May Best a wonderful retirement and extend our thanks for many years of service to DC's vulnerable children and families. As many members of this board know very well, your legacy is an inspiration. Thank you so much for your time and attention this evening. Our team is thrilled to hear from the panel tonight.
I want to thank you for joining us tonight, Kate. The State Board looks forward to continued collaboration with OSSI on the graduate profile and graduation requirement revisions to come. You're welcome to. Yes, okay. Don't feel like a hostage. Thank you. We appreciate it. We will now move on to our expert panel. OSSI has begun engaging with the State Board, and there's the panel, and the public on a draft district-wide graduate profile, as mentioned in the remarks. The graduate profile will articulate a vision for the college and career-ready capabilities that DC students should attain before graduating. With our new hybrid capabilities, which you may hear, We are pleased to welcome experts from across the country to share best practices. On this evening's panel, we have Ben Irwin, Senior Policy Analyst, Education Commission of the States. Gavin Neubauer, student at the University of Maryland. I believe you're attending in person and can come to the table. Good to meet you. Dr. Sita make sure I'm saying this right, Ramamurthy, please correct me if I am tearing your name up, the Dean of the College of Arts and Sciences at Trinity, Washington University. Dr. Corey Steiner, Superintendent, Northern Cass School District, number 97 in North Dakota. And Sarah Young, Chief of Staff to the State Superintendent for the Utah State Board of Education. Each of our expert witnesses have up to 5 minutes, and then we will move forward to the one round of questions from the State Board. We are going to begin with you, Mr. Irwin, when you are ready. For panelists in the room, you can also, we used to have a clock here that was on the table, but you can use the clock that you can see behind me for your 5 minutes. So we'll reset it so it's a solid 5 minutes. We won't cheat you 8 seconds. And then once that reset happens, you're welcome to start, Mr. Irwin. Please, housekeeping rule, speak as closely into the mic as you can. Sometimes we can hear you in the chambers, but again, the meeting is being broadcast, so people might not be able to hear you if you don't speak into the mic. All right, we'll start with you, Mr. Irwin. Are we resetting?
Resetting the time.
I want to remind folks this is our first hybrid meeting, so we are both excited and might have some technical difficulties. All right, there we go. Mr. Irwin, when you're ready.
Perfect. Good evening, President Thompson and members of the State Board. Thanks so much for having me this evening. My name is Ben Irwin, and I'm a Senior Policy Analyst with Education Commission of the States. Education Commission of the States is a national education policy organization that has been serving state policymakers in all 50 states in DC for nearly 60 years. We're nonpartisan, and we cover the full spectrum of education issues, ranging from early learning through post-secondary education in the workforce. We support state leaders in a number of ways, including through research, reporting, convening, and providing counsel. In my role, I cover several issues impacting K-12 education, including accountability, teaching, choice, and college and career readiness. In recent years, I've tracked a growing interest in student-centered learning among policymakers as an approach to rethinking education systems and instructional design to better support learners in developing the skills necessary for success in college, career, and civic life. To support this shift, some states have turned to profiles or portraits of a graduate as a first step. Profiles or portraits of a graduate can serve as a guiding vision for K-12 education by identifying the knowledge and skills each student should demonstrate mastery of prior to graduation. In a recent policy analysis, ECS identified at least 18 states that have a statewide profile of a graduate, while another 2, Montana and New Mexico, direct schools and districts to develop local profiles. This number is up from 13 states with completed profiles in 2022, highlighting the value state leaders are placing in graduate profiles as a foundational tool. States typically engage a wide range of stakeholders in developing graduate profiles to ensure they accurately reflect state priorities for student readiness. While each profile is unique to state or the district that designed it, ECS identified common elements, including academic mastery. State leaders have also highlighted financial, digital, and civic literacy, as well as critical thinking, problem solving, and creativity. Common personal competencies include adaptability, perseverance, agency, and a growth mindset, while interpersonal elements include empathy, communication, wellness, and collaboration, as well as relationship building. Successful implementation of a profile of a graduate is dependent on local buy-in, but state leaders play an important role in supporting schools and districts through capacity building and creating space for innovative practices. I know my fellow panelists in North Dakota and Utah will have plenty to share about their efforts to empower use of their graduate profiles. So I will focus mainly on other state approaches. Since the profiles are linked to student mastery prior to graduation, state graduation requirements present an opportunity to connect the profile to student learning. New Mexico recently enacted House Bill 171 to update high school graduation requirements, require districts to develop those graduate profiles, and support aligned student planning. The bill directs school districts to develop those local graduate profiles, something that's already in place throughout in some districts throughout the state. It also updated individual planning requirements to ensure student next step plans are aligned to a district's profile. So this is an individual graduation plan that has to be updated annually and outline specific coursework that students plan to complete prior to graduation. State leaders have also used the profile as a guiding document for other initiatives, especially those supporting innovative instructional models. For example, the South Carolina Office of Personalized Learning in the State Education Agency developed a comprehensive guide to educational flexibilities in the context of personalized learning. The guide highlights different options for districts that are aligned with state's personalized learning framework, in addition to its profile of a graduate. Finally, states are considering ways to incorporate student skill development and alignment to the profile of a graduate into school accountability. Indiana identified 5 characteristics of students prepared for success after high school, including academic mastery, career and post-secondary readiness, communication and collaboration, work ethic, and digital, financial, and civic literacy. The states selected metrics aligned to these components for different grade bands and have released data on those metrics through their Graduates Prepared to Succeed dashboard. The State Education Agency is proposing a new accountability system by the end of 2024 that is aligned with this Graduates Prepared to Succeed dashboard. States have worked to intentionally align graduate portraits or profiles to initiatives throughout K-12 education, including graduation requirements, innovative educational programs and models, as well as assessment and accountability. The profile can serve as a foundational resource that supports high-quality local implementation and instruction, as well as state policy design. I really look forward to addressing questions from the panel, and thank you again for having me this evening.
So I would say normally we go from right to left because everyone is in the space. We'll do the online, we will do the online witnesses first. So after Mr. Irwin, I'm going to go to Dr. Corey Steiner of Cass School District, Northern Cass School District.
Thank you. President Thompson and Vice President Patterson and esteemed members of the board. Good afternoon. My name is Dr. Corey Steiner. I'm the proud superintendent for the Northern Cass School District in Hunter, North Dakota. I'm also a member of the Education Commission of States for the state of North Dakota. I'm honored to be here and share ideas and perspectives on how the school system can create graduation pathways which meet the individual needs of learners throughout your system. These views are mine and attributed only to me. Over the past 6 years, the state of North Dakota has reduced barriers to innovation in education. They've created multiple graduation pathways which can meet the individual needs of learners and districts as a whole. Today, I'm going to share with you the optional curriculum diploma the competency-based diploma, and legislation which allows districts to design their own path and to create experiences linked to a portrait of a graduate. The optional high school curriculum pathway can be utilized for a learner after completing at least 2 years of high school. If a student has failed at least 1/2 unit from 3 core courses, has failed to demonstrate proficiency in standards-based grading systems, or has a GPA that is lower than the 25th percentile of other districts enrolled in the same grade, they may request from their career advisor, guidance counselor, or principal to meet with the student and their parents to determine whether this should be permitted. If a student's parents consent in writing, it allows them to obtain the optional high school curriculum diploma. This reduces the credits required for graduation in both math and social studies. In addition, districts also have the ability in North Dakota to use programs or passing scores on portions of the GED to receive credit. In June and July of 2021, a variety of stakeholders, which included educators, counselors, REAs, post-secondary, career and technical education, and the business community, convened to develop the North Dakota Portrait of a Graduate. This led to the development of the North Dakota Learning Continuum, which provides resources to support deeper understanding, implementation strategies, and connections aligned to work across the state. To provide opportunities for districts, the North Dakota legislature in 2021 passed Senate Bill 2196. This bill established a competency framework for students who have demonstrated content mastery outside of a traditional Carnegie unit or classroom experience. It provides districts with the ability to give students more flexibility by reducing the requirement of seat time, the amount of time they need to be in the classroom. It provides flexibility for learners to acquire credits through non-traditional pathways, including but not limited to community volunteer projects, internships, apprenticeships, project-based learning, and the one my district has utilized, personalized competency-based learning strategies and pathways. The legislation allows districts to design a pathway for graduation, which must be informed by the North Dakota Continuum, but developed locally. Our district has begun to pilot a model for reporting that focuses on the growth of individual learners, which allows them to take advantage of this pathway. As part of our pathway, the district has also taken advantage of House Bill 1478, known as the Learn Anywhere, Learn Everywhere bill. This allows our district to articulate credit for experiences a learner has outside the school. For example, 4-H, Boy Scouts, involvement in robotics or extracurriculars would be things that could earn them credit towards graduation. A competency-based pathway must recognize learning can take place at any time and any place, especially outside the 4 walls of a building. We also developed locally a portrait of a graduate, including the attributes of adaptability, accountability, communication, leadership, and a learner's mindset. Within each attribute are a set of competencies which actualize the attributes. We were the first district in our state to develop a policy which allows a learner competency pathway to graduation. It was vital for us to have both academic and behavior competencies in place prior to our competency-based pathway being adopted. We have a capstone required for seniors who must defend their acquisition of these portrait of a learner attributes. This presentation has become a gold star moment in our district, where kids get to share the story of how they have put themselves in place to become a remarkable human being. To set them up for success, we have multiple gateway opportunities where learners present skills they have developed according to our portrait of a learner. Our portrait of a learner is no longer simply a poster on the wall, but has now been actualized in our learning centers pre-K through 12. Ultimately, we know more about learning than ever before. Knowing more requires us to do more. Every learner is unique, and that fact makes it necessary to have multiple pathways to graduation. By doing that and challenging districts to actualize the portrait of a graduate, we create systems that allow every learner to be choice ready when they leave our systems. Thank you.
Thank you. I am now going to come to Sarah Young. Oh, yes. Sarah Young, Chief of Staff to the State Superintendent for the Utah State Board of Education.
Good evening, members of the board. My name is Sarah Young, and I serve as Chief of Staff to the State Superintendent for the Utah State Board of Education. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today about the Utah Portrait of a Graduate and its significance in shaping the future of our students. I'm honored to share insights from Utah's experience and the lessons we've learned that can contribute to the national dialogue on educational excellence. In 2019, the Utah State Board of Education undertook a bold initiative to redefine what it means for a student to be prepared for life after high school. We recognize that the traditional metrics of academic success, test scores and grades, while important, are insufficient on their own. Our goal was to ensure that every student leaves our K-12 system not only with academic knowledge, but with the skills and mindsets that are critical for thriving in an ever-evolving world. This led to the development of the Utah Portrait of a Graduate, which outlines 13 key competencies that our communities, parents, educators, business leaders, and students identified as essential. These competencies span 3 domains: academic mastery, our autonomy and skills, and purpose through individual agency. In addition to knowledge and core subjects, we emphasize collaboration, resilience, critical thinking, and leadership. Importantly, we also focus on preparing students to be civically engaged, digitally literate, and culturally aware, a reflection of the diverse and interconnected society we live in. But the Portrait of a Graduate is more than a list of ideals. It is a framework that guides decision-making at every level of education in Utah. Our educators use it to develop curriculum, inform instructional practices, and create environments where students can practice these competencies in real-world contexts. Our state's investment in work-based learning programs and concurrent enrollment opportunities aligned with the Portrait of a Graduate goals ensures that students are ready to transition seamlessly into college, careers, and community leadership roles. The Portrait of a Graduate is not just about preparing students for the workforce, though that's an important outcome. It's about empowering young people to find purpose, adapt to new challenges, and contribute meaningfully to their communities. This initiative serves as a bridge between K-12 education and the needs of our broader society, making our students not only job ready, but life ready. As we move forward, we're focusing on various assessment models that reflect these competencies, and we're excited about the progress we're making in partnership with local and national education leaders. In closing, I believe the Utah Portrait of a Graduate can serve as a model for other states and districts across the country. It's adaptive, inclusive, and future-focused, aligning with the goals we all share in preparing students for the demands of the 21st century. I look forward to further discussions on how we can collaborate to ensure that every child, regardless of where they are from, has the tools they need to succeed in life, in their careers, and as engaged members of our society. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Young. I am now coming to our witnesses in the chamber. I believe in this order we have Dr. Sida, and tell me how to say your last name, Ramamurthy? Oh, good, okay. Dr. Ramamurthy.
Good evening, and thank you for inviting me to participate in this panel. I'm pleased to offer this testimony in support of the DC-wide graduate profile. In the interest of time, I'm going to read only paragraphs 4, 6, and 7. You can find the full details in my written testimony. Our College of Arts and Sciences general education curriculum imparts the foundation and teaches students the values of broad intellectual inquiry. It fosters the resilience and inventiveness essential to success. At the same time, it helps students build foundational skills in reading, writing, communication, math, and critical reasoning that will be essential to college learning and success. By the end of the general education curriculum, as well as their major program pathway, students are ready to graduate from Trinity with a strong sense of social responsibility, civic engagement, and ethical reasoning, as well as strong transferable intellectual and practical skills that are highly sought after by employers and are useful in a wide range of careers. As Trinity's Dean of the College of Arts and Sciences, I oversee this curriculum and work closely with our math and reading writing instructional specialists to understand the challenges faced by our incoming freshmen and seek to find solutions so all first-year students have a successful academic experience. Through my frequent interactions and meetings with these instructors, I know that DC high school graduates bring a lot of strengths with them when they enroll at Trinity. A majority of these students are confident and eager to participate and learn in the classroom. They want to succeed academically and socially. We know that most DC high school graduates already have some familiarity with citation practices and the rhetorical strategies of ethos, pathos, and logos. This is great as these concepts are often difficult to grasp for first-year college students, but we also know that there are areas in which these graduates struggle when they get to college. Instructors have identified these areas. In reading writing, the struggles include the inability to retain relevant information taught in the classroom, use logical data to support their thoughts in class discussions rather than connecting to personal life experiences as evidence, and write well by integrating effective transitions and avoiding repetition or wordiness. In math, the struggles include the inability to conceptualize concepts and comprehend the real-world applications of math through modeling word problems. From my perspective, all elements of the proposed DC-wide graduate profile competencies are compelling because they align very well with our general education curriculum as outlined above. With this alignment, students will not only have an easier time transitioning from high school to college, but they will be better prepared with the skills and knowledge needed to succeed in college and beyond. They may need fewer developmental courses when they start college. We have seen the variation in skill levels of DCPS graduates resulting from which high school they graduate from, and it's clearly one of the reasons leading to inequity. A better alignment can provide us with a more accurate link between K through 12 and post-secondary data that can help us understand students' progress more holistically. This in turn can help eliminate such barriers to equity and success. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, and we're rounding it out with you.
All right, hello everybody. Thank you for having me today. My name is Gavin Neubauer. I graduated from Washington Latin in the spring of 2023, and I'm now in my second year of studying public policy at the University of Maryland. I also currently work as a fellow with the Office of the Student Advocate, where I worked on guidebooks to give students educational agency and career readiness. And all views expressed today are my own. Education has long been split between two not very complementary ideas. These are whether the chief aim of our schools is to grow a student's soul and worth or to prepare them for the workforce. I sit on the Student Council of Maryland's Honors Humanities program. I went to a school that required years of Latin. I fought the good fight for humanities in education, but I'm worried that it doesn't give our students everything they need. I respect how the graduate profile lays out the values of community, competency, and well-being. Any new adult with an education like that is more likely to be successful. But I want to pull us out of hypotheticals and into our reality. DC is expensive, more and more so every year. Growing up, we hear our parents talk about rent, food, gas, stagnating wages, and we've taken to heart that this is our reality too. I worked on creating career guides for CTE. I couldn't be happier that we're expanding those opportunities. But I want more than guides. I want career development to be a guiding principle in our education. I want high school to be as complete as we can make it. This is the last window to shape so many of our youth. If we don't teach acknowledging the realities of the post-secondary world, we neglect to prepare our youth to live in one of the most competitive city economies in the world. We will have neglected to tell our kids how to make a living, and so we point them to a university they can't afford and say, they'll teach you how. I found career development to be a pathway to many places. It can take someone to an auto shop as a skilled professional. It can take someone to the medical field on track for an associate's in nursing. It can be the focal point of a college application that gets the scholarships and the aid. I genuinely believe it to be an interaction every student should have before we let them out into the world in our unique, bountiful, but fiercely competitive part of it. At UMD, I hear about educational agencies across the state of Maryland and how they differ from our own. I've heard the stories from my Montgomery County friends about their senior year internships and how it led them to find their passion, build a network, or in the worst case, rule out something that they didn't want in their career search. I had one friend leave school because he couldn't afford it. He became a mechanic and is well on his way in his career. I've had friends drop out of college because they couldn't find what path was for them, and at that point, you're being charged tens of thousands of dollars while you struggle to find it. It is true that high school alone typically doesn't lead to middle-class jobs and home ownership as it used to. However, high school and training is an evolution of education that reclaims our public schools as equity drivers. My friends and I would be better off with the agency and roundedness of this graduation profile. But for everyone who felt lost the day we stepped out of school for the last time, we need it to be a complete tunnel to our future. Careers, internships, and work experience need to be more than a bullet point under our skills. It needs to be a priority and an area of development so that we can explore our possibilities, gain experience, and support ourselves and our families. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm actually going to come to Director Butler, who is now going to call the roll for the round of member questions. Each member has 3 minutes. A reminder to members that the 3 minutes do include both the time to ask the question and the panelist's response. I'm coming to you, Director Butler, to call the round of member questions.
Thank you. I'll begin with our new student representatives. Representative Barnes.
So I actually want to go straight to you because your message definitely did stick with me the most. And throughout your testimony, I was hearing you saying a lot about the economic portion of it, as though it being, too expensive and many can't afford it. And not only that, but there's a lack of exposure. So my question to you is, what do you feel as if we can do to ensure that students have the proper exposure to the pathways that we have? Because there are a lot of programs that can assist DC students. However, what do we need to do to ensure that these students are achieving that?
Yes, so with the Office of the Student Advocate, I mentioned making career guides. So there does exist CTE guides, and also for people on a college or academic path, those exist. Those guides were created because I knew that guidance was a place of inequity. Whether you had somebody in a room that was going to talk you through your future, or whether you were going to have to do it by yourself. So if you look at the Office of the Student Advocate's website, those guides exist. Another way to raise awareness is we have CTE programs. We're just building a new center for that. Tell your friends about it, especially if they're people that seem like they'd be a good fit for that kind of program.
Thank you. Representative Lynn. Representative Mayer.
Thank you all for joining and speaking to us. Mr. Irwin and Ms. Young, I have a question that it would be great to hear from either or both of you on. You both emphasized the importance of holistic approaches to education and teaching students competencies that aren't necessarily academic. Do you have any specific recommendations on teaching approaches that can ensure that students have those skills that they can't learn through like a traditional classroom setting?
I'm happy to jump in. So we do in Utah have classroom exemplars for each of our portrait of a graduate competencies that demonstrate opportunities for really blending the portrait of a graduate with competencies. And I believe the link to that is included in my written testimony. I would also highlight that a key focus for us is around student agency, around making sure that the learner has an expectation of what type of standard they're trying to achieve, and that they're taking ownership for the evidence of achieving that mastery. This isn't something that can't take place in a traditional classroom, but it is a bit of a paradigm shift between a teacher-led instruction for the majority of the time and transitioning that to the student.
I would add that in my position at Education Commission of the States, we largely focus on state policy. So my understanding is limited to state guidance and other resources that states have developed to support local instruction, and would defer to Dr. Steiner, who has that local perspective.
Are those 53 seconds for me? Okay. Dr. Ramamurthy, you talked about academic weaknesses that you've seen for DC students. Have you noticed any trends of, again, more holistic weaknesses with students who come to Trinity from DC?
I think what I mentioned are the ongoing ones that my instructors have shared with me. But in addition to just the academic part of it, I think holistically, what we have discussed is a wraparound support for these students, because we found that some of these students can actually focus on academics if their personal lives, for example, do not interfere. And lately we've had discussions around how do we help students with, let's say, you know, they come to us explaining that they are suddenly homeless. How do we find the resources to help them with that? And we have recognized food insecurity, for example, as a reason students might not focus in the classroom, and we've taken the step of actually crafting language around that and asking our instructors to include that in their syllabus. So we are doing a few such things to help students, because we know that professors are the ones who see the students more often and more regularly. So if we can help them in the classroom with the help of the faculty member, then we can address other aspects of students' lives as well.
Representative Ting.
Yes. Or is the mic on? Is it working? Okay, great. I have a question for the people
I don't think your mic is on.
Oh, is my mic not on? It's on. Oh, I just have to speak up. Okay. Get closer. Okay. I have a question for our panelists from Utah and North Dakota, specifically building off of what the gentleman from the Office of the Student Advocate, or Marilyn, said. I'm noticing that there are like, for example, DC has resources and websites to direct students to programs, to like trade programs, blah, 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 just like, you know, career readiness stuff. However, I've never heard of these in my life, and I've never seen these in my life as a DC student. What does Utah and North Dakota, what do they do to make sure that DC students are presented with the information and like they know where to look for career guidance pathways, et cetera?
I can start with that. I would say statewide, one of the things our CTE department has done is found funding for work-based learning coordinators. And although that's work-based, but it also is connecting learners to all of the choice ready areas, which are college, career, and military. I think one of the things that districts need to start doing is taking their counselors and allowing them to return to what they were intended to do. Counselors were intended to be helping kids with career, college, and military choices. Right now, they're really triaging kids with mental health illnesses. It's why it's so important to get mental health resources on our sites. For my own district, we have a director of college, career, and life readiness. Her job is pre-K through 12 to align all of our services so that any learner will know all the choices and options are out there. So their job is to connect to community college and military. So we've created a position in our district to ensure that happens.
And I'll share for Utah just a couple of solutions. We have a program called Keys to Success. It is a mobile-based app that really looks to highlight an opportunity for students to be able to express their interest areas, and then for that to be able to then help inform what types of not just only post-secondary opportunities there are between CTE as well as traditional community college as well as university tracks, but also workforce development into the job itself. We we also have recent college graduates who serve as peer counselors within the high school settings to be able to highlight additional pathways and opportunities for our students. And then last but not least, we're currently in an initiative with our institutes of higher education to be able to develop a more concerted first credential program that has explicit messaging directed at both students, parents, and counselors to better highlight the ecosystem.
Thank you. Representative Best?
Hello. So my question is to Ms. Young. So like portraits of a graduate, I love it. They're like great goals. But my question is more around the implementation in the real world. Can you share how the portrait of a graduate has influenced the curriculum development and instructional practices in Utah? And how did you make sure this wasn't just a bullet on a paper?
Thank you. It's a great question. So a couple of pieces. First and foremost, we did encourage all of our local entities to engage their communities in a portrait of a graduate development process. So this wasn't a state mandate where we said, this is it, and you can't have anything else. Instead, it was a process that we really encouraged to happen as a community dialogue, because that community buy-in piece is important regardless of the outcomes on paper. We also found that traditionally, the majority of the outcomes at the local level really aligned with the state. We all agree that communication, teamwork, critical thinking, these are all important. And so the state then served as kind of a repository of resources to help support those local portraits of a graduate take shape in terms of implementation. In addition to that, we also partner with a couple of key educational partners like the Mastery Transcript Consortium, who provides technical assistance and training for our local districts on the implementation of those portraits of a graduate into an integration of their local level curriculum and instruction. So our role as a state is not to say it has to look the same in every classroom, but instead to provide the assistance necessary to be able to integrate those local choices with the ultimate vision to know that it's taking next steps. Last but not least, we did also work with an outside partner to be able to help us look at our assessment and accountability system to be able to make recommendations to our State Board of Education about how we can incorporate aspects of the portrait of a graduate into our standard school dashboard and school grading to be able to reflect progress in those areas. I will say it looks a little bit different. It's not in a similar vein as our academic testing in math, science, and English language arts, but also incorporates some of the student experience model where we're asking students to reflect on have they had experiences in these key aspects of portrait of a graduate to help identify where things are happening and where some of our communities need more assistance.
Thank you. That's all.
Representative Goulet, excuse me, Representative Chang.
Good evening, everyone. Mr. Irwin, how would you recommend we assess whether we've implemented a graduate profile well? As you look at other states, what are the variables that we could use to assess whether the quality of how we're doing it and make sure that we're not just checking a box for the sake of checking a box?
Yeah, that's a great question. I don't necessarily know if I could prescribe specific variables. I think to Ms. Young's point, a lot of it is down to local buy-in and local implementation. I think one thing that we have seen states do is invest resources in the form of grant funding to support districts as they're developing their own profile and then using that to inform instruction. I think Utah has an example that we cite constantly with their personalized competency-based learning grant, and they provide, and please, Ms. Young, jump in if I'm getting this wrong, but they do provide like startup and planning grant assistance, which I think is a really important piece for schools to get these innovative instructional models off the ground. Then there's an implementation grant and a scaling grant. So that does allow for additional touch points to see for districts to assess implementation and states to get additional information on how implementation is going. I think similarly in South Carolina, they offer professional development resources and offer training programs to educators who are interested in bringing the profile and personalized competency-based learning into their schools. But again, I think it's hard to identify specific metrics to determine effectiveness because a lot of this is really going to happen at the school or at times the district level in smaller districts, but it really does come down to school level implementation and buy-in. And that's going to vary across the board and across different contexts. But
Thank you.
would love to hear from Dr. Steiner and Ms. Young if they have additional thoughts as well.
Yeah, I'd love to follow up on that if folks have points in my last 50 seconds. I'd love, Dr. Ramamurthy, if you mentioned a variation in skill level of DC graduates. What are some of the skills that you see are most lacking currently from DC graduates that are entering Trinity?
Yeah, as I mentioned, our first year students come in and take critical reading and writing. It's a 2-semester course. So in terms of student skills, what we've seen is that, they're not able to just take the information that they hear in the classroom and then take that and apply it to, whatever work they need to submit. Of course, submitting on time is another story, meeting the deadlines. But we try to emphasize the difference between the college expectations and what they've probably gone through in high school in terms of submitting work, meeting the deadlines. It's not enough to just be in the classroom, but you've got to do all of these in order to earn a grade. So we kind of give them all of that at the beginning during the orientation, but then we keep supporting them, like I said, the wraparound support through advising. That says that you have to commit yourself to reading the materials that have been posted, right? You come into the classroom having read the material. That's the biggest obstacle.
Yeah, thank you.
Right? Once you read, then you can write well.
Thank you. Representative Goulet.
Well, I want to thank everybody who spoke, either virtually. It's amazing to have so many experts from across the country joining us tonight. So kudos to our staff for setting up this virtual model. So I want to thank all of you for joining us from across the country, and to our 2 witnesses here locally, just a couple quick questions and comments. First question, Dr. Ramamurthy, I really appreciate kind of how you laid out what the challenges were that you see with our students that come in to Trinity. Once we kind of lay out what the graduate profile is, what do you think I guess the means would be to close the gaps that you mentioned that seem to be even things that students are facing beyond their years in DCPS, like food insecurity, housing insecurity? How do we tackle those, which are almost post-graduation issues?
It is, and so I don't remember the exact year, maybe it was 3 years ago when we became partners with the DC Persist program. So we have a person working with us very closely who oversee the DC students who come in that freshman year. And we do, like I said, regularly monitor students, and with the help of DC Persist program, the person has found resources to point the students to get funds to address those challenges. So we're very happy to have that partnership with the DC Persist program.
Well, that's fantastic that Trinity offers that, and I really commend you for that. And I want to go quickly to Mr. Neubauer. I really love what you spoke about the connections to careers. We're going to talk later today about our school nurse shortage, for example, that we have here in DC. We have shortages of getting police officers, fire, and emergency services workers here in the city. So I completely agree with the need to try to link our students up to career opportunities, and that we aren't doing enough of that right now with our local schools here even. I think you spoke eloquently about the student debt that some folks will take on. I mean, we have a resource here with UDC that I think could be utilized to expand career options for students so they could get both a 2 or 4 year degree, but then also a path to a career here in the city. I would love to see us, purchase the Whittle School campus, which is right next to UDC, and use a portion of that space for these career opportunities that we could make for our students. So I don't know if there's anything you want to add. I just want to second your point, and I think that's something that we should really try to focus on as we do these graduate profiles. So is there anything else you want to add in the remaining time on that issue?
Well, it looks like there may be no more remaining time, but if
Where
I
is
could
the
get a
clock?
comment.
Just
Straight
out of
ahead.
Okay. Put my glasses back on. It used to be bigger. All right. My time is up, but I'd love to talk to you afterwards about it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Hi, thank you to all the panelists. I have a question for Dr. Steiner to make sure I understand, and then I'll have a follow-up. So is it correct that you currently have 3 pathways? One is the optional high school, another is a competency-based framework, and the other is the traditional Carnegie Unit seat time pathway. Is that correct?
You are correct, sir, yes.
Okay, so I think I understand how students end up in the optional high school pathway from your testimony, but how are students opting in, or how are they selecting the different tracks, and roughly what has been the breakdown of students opting for one or the other?
That's a good question. So in our district, the optional diploma is really a reaction to a learner who struggled in a traditional setting, allowing them to see some light at the end of the tunnel. The mastery-based or the competency pathway is self-selected for learners, obviously with educator guidance, with parent input. For us, we have about 20 to 25% of our kids that are going through the mastery, but typically they're doing a hybrid. So what I mean by that, you're seeing kids that may be doing some competency based for certain content, certain experiences, while they may also have chosen a college pathway and they're doing a traditional course. And when I mean traditional name only, because our courses are personalized and competency based. So right now, 20 to 25%, but this is still year 1 of our implementation. But the hybrid has really been what most of our kids are opting into.
And so the reason a student would do the hybrid would be to give them a little more flexibility to pursue different options, is that right?
Yeah, it allows them to dig into areas they're really passionate about. A kid who may say, I'm going to do an internship and I want to get out, and we're in a very rural ag area, so they may be doing some work as a diesel technician and a local implement dealer. So that's part of their competency-based pathway, but then they're coming back in our school and maybe taking English as a traditional course and with an educator and their peers.
Okay, and would they also be opting whether to do, I'm sorry if I'm mixing state, you have the capstone requirement as well. Would that be an optional part?
The capstone is a requirement for all of our learners. It is a graduation requirement in our district.
Got it, thanks. I appreciate that you're saying that it's early, but any trends that you can see in who is selecting the competency framework versus the traditional or the hybrid option?
Yeah, I would say what I'll tell you is the best thing about it is there are no trends, because we're seeing kids with special needs. We're seeing kids that are traditional, play school really well, and they flying and really don't need ours. They need us to kind of get out of their way. And then we're seeing kids that just want to dig deeper into areas to find out if that's what they want to do for college or career. So the beautiful thing is no trends right now, which is what we want.
Yeah, that's helpful. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. Representative O'Leary.
I want to thank you all very much. Dr. Ramamurthy, I want to especially thank Trinity for all of the assistance and forward-thinking movements that Trinity has made throughout my career as a teacher with almost 50 years. Trinity has always been a place that has allowed students to grow immediately and get out of there as graduates. And Mr. Neubauer, I want to thank you for your testimony. I know that you're an example of what you're talking about, and I hope that other people will listen. I have a couple of technical questions for the other members of the panel. Mr. Irwin, Why don't all the states have a graduate profile?
Yeah, it's a great question. I think we've seen an increased emphasis on a graduate profile as something that can serve as like a North Star or a guiding vision for some states. But I think like any trend in education policy, you'll have early adopters and folks who come a little bit later. I think some states may go more of like a traditional strategic planning route rather than looking at a graduate profile as well. But I can't speak with authority on why states without graduate profiles haven't developed them yet, but I know there is growing interest, and we have consistently heard from states that they're looking to move forward with profile development.
Thank you. And for Ms. Young and Mr. Steiner, Dr. Steiner, how much of an alteration in the curriculum does the graduate profile move? It seems to me that all of the things that we really want our students to have when they get out of high school should be just normal. But with all of the other curricula that we have as parts of graduation, how much of an alteration did you have to make in order for the graduate profile to fulfill what you have here that you've presented to us?
So I could share really quickly. I think for us, it was more so a swinging back of the pendulum to a more central space post No Child Left Behind. So in No Child Left Behind, we really saw a shift in the system towards very standards-based alignment of what was happening in the classroom. And that's, important in terms of making sure we're holding high standards and we have accountability for how we're using our time. With that, though, our standards were pretty explicit to academic content and lacked some of these additional competencies and skills. And so by having a portrait of a graduate, we saw that teachers who maybe had removed some of those elements of their curriculum because it wasn't necessarily a standard they could write on the board in alignment with our state expectations, now suddenly had an opportunity to bring those elements back into their classroom and to know that it was supported by the system. And not only were they allowed to do it, but encouraged.
Thank you. I'm sorry I'm out of time. Thank you, Dr. Steiner.
Thank you. Representative Reed.
Good evening. Is it working? Okay, cool. Good evening. Dr. Steiner, at what age can students, or what's the oldest that students can graduate in Utah? Or are you Utah? I'm sorry, North Dakota.
The oldest that they can graduate?
Yes.
21.
21, cool. Thank you. And Ms. Young, I think I got it right now. Utah, what's the age of graduation, the oldest they can graduate in Utah?
So we allow some of our students to go through 21 as well.
Thank you. Question, Ms. Young, related to your students' experience model. Can you elaborate on that? What is that? How do you collect that information?
Yes, so right now we're piloting those data collection efforts at the local level. So we developed model rubrics through a statewide consortium effort. So we had representatives from across the state come look at our competencies and then start to develop what does it look like to be competent in each of these areas, and then approaching competency, exceeding competency. And those model rubrics really gave us the foundation for then creating some of the measures around students being able to then express whether or not they've been having those experiences. We do have a statewide data collection system through another educational partner that is different than our state assessment system. And so we've been able to use that system to be able to collect more of the qualitative data to help us in these early efforts. Still early on, not to a space where we're publishing it as part of the school accountability model, but we're starting in that process to be able to see what's possible.
Thank you for that information. And my last question is related to the graduate profiles. Are students required to create some sort of plan so that, I guess, educators know that they are moving towards, oh, there's the mic, that educators are moving towards, or the students are moving towards, I guess, the competencies. I guess what I'm getting at is students with disabilities typically have an individualized education program, and I guess my personal bias is I think that's a great tool for many students to have in regards to planning out, what their trajectory is, what their goals are. Is there any sort of planning, or have you heard any document like that in place for all students to kind of achieve or be working towards certain competencies related to these profiles?
I can share that one of the things our district does is utilize personalized learning plans for some of our learners. We're about 3 grade levels right now. A lot of times districts make this much more complex. They think it needs to be like an IEP in multiple pages. It can be very simplistic. Personalized learning plans are how they can gather evidence and also be able to set goals and work to achieve that.
And how did you pick those students?
Thank you.
With all grade levels.
Thank you.
Representative Williams.
Yes, thank you all for your testimony today. I want to start with Ms. Young or Mr. Irwin. The State Board of Education just recently adopted financial literacy standards. In thinking about implementation, can you speak to any of the challenges or best practices ensuring that there's a teacher pipeline to be able to teach the course effectively? And also the benefits that you've seen either in Utah or nationally?
So I'll just share financial literacy is a required course for Utah graduation standards. And so because of that, we did build out an endorsement pathway through our career and technical education program. We offer those courses in partnership with our local universities as well as teacher preparation programs, and then also through summer courses for existing teachers who may be taking on that effort. So we approach it in the exact same way we would any of our other career and technical education pathways, and that has allowed us to kind of replicate that infrastructure to be able to then measure outcomes.
Thank you.
I'll quickly add that nationally, some states have taken the approach of requiring financial literacy standards to be taught in a standalone course, which might require that endorsement. Other states have been a little less prescriptive and directed schools and districts to include financial literacy in existing social studies or mathematics coursework that might not require an additional certification. So they're counting on those teachers to implement those standards in existing content areas.
Thank you. I want to try and get 2 more questions in. Dr. Ramamurthy, thank you for all that you do for Trinity. I previously taught at Capital City Public Charter School, and I know we send a lot of students to Trinity and have had really great experiences. Can you speak a little bit to how DC students compare with non-DC students in graduation rates or college completion rates? Like, do you see the students that we're sending you doing, how do they compare to the rest of your student body?
Over 60% of our students are from DCPS and DCPCS. So we have a majority of our students in the College of Arts and Sciences coming from the local community. So we haven't done a study that compares the skill levels of DCPS students versus the non-DCPS students, but that would be a great way to measure the success of the DC-wide profile, I would think.
Yeah.
So, just going by previous comments, I think this would be one measure that I would be very interested in implementing.
Thank you. And I just want to note, Dr. Steiner, I appreciate the clarity of your presentation, and I'm curious to learn more about the benefits of the optional high school curriculum. So thank you for your testimony.
Thank you. Vice President Patterson.
Thank you. I appreciate everyone's testimonies this evening, but I want to point my question to Dr. Steiner, because on the 14th line of his testimony, he said a word that you rarely hear in DC government, especially in education, was the word proficiency. We recently had our CAPE scores come out, and the proficiency rate was horrendous, and I would say crisis level. So that's where I'm going to be pointing my questions toward. And so I really appreciate how you talked about the optional high school curriculum pathways. I would like you to expound a little bit more on that. And I also want to understand how we are tying proficiency to the profiles that we're doing, not growth, not competency, but proficiency to the profiles.
Yeah, thank you for the question. So the optional curriculum diploma is looking at those kids that I would say typically 15, 16-year-olds that have struggled in a traditional system, and they are typically our dropouts. They were probably kids that we've identified much earlier and would have said, okay, go get your GED, or they would have quit school. This was the opportunity for them to see that there's a light at the end of the tunnel for them. That's really what that diploma is about. And it reduces a couple of the requirements because then it allows them to actually catch up on credits. If you keep them at the same amount of credits, there's no way they're getting to graduation with the amount of time they have left. Now, in terms of proficiency for the graduation profile, we do the same thing we do with standards. We build proficiency scales for it. So we look at accountability, for example, and we say, what are the competencies that make up accountability? So time management is a key skill in there. And then we're building a proficiency scale, and then we're providing feedback in our lessons with kids. We're providing feedback and experiences outside the building with our kids to help them understand, are they proficient in that? Now, that's a locally designed assessment, a locally designed scale. So from the Northern Cass perspective, we're able to look and say, are you proficient? And if they're not, we're doing intervention around that. And if they are, then we're moving them on to the next level. So every grade level of us has a proficiency scale for all of our competencies that lead into the attributes.
Thank you. I wish I had more time to follow with you with a second question that deals around accountability frameworks, because in the District of Columbia, we have two different frameworks. We have one for the charter schools, which is Aspire, and then we have a report card. And so I look forward, because it's only 30 seconds, less than 30 seconds. Following up with you as to how proficiency shows up on that and what your actual metrics are around proficiencies on those accountability frameworks. But thank you.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Yeah, we can certainly follow up at a later time.
President Thompson.
I have a comment and then a question. My comment, Mr. Neubauer, I'm so glad we had a recent graduate on this panel. That was a thought that we had, and it was the exact right thought. I want to repeat something you said that I think was not just eloquent, but it was like poignant. You said that in DC, we have a unique, bountiful, and fiercely competitive part of the world. And I think that's exactly right, and that's why we owe it to our kids to prepare them to participate in all the opportunities that we have here. So I want to thank you for just the clarity that you brought to the why this is important. I think that is a great framing for the purpose of education and like the work we're supposed to be doing at the state board. So I just want to just acknowledge the depth of your testimony. I have a technical question because apparently I can come find you in Dan's office anytime, Mr. Neubauer. For Mr. Steiner, you mentioned gateway experiences, and I just want to make sure I understand what those are. And then I would love you to talk a little bit more about how you decided which skills best lent themselves to competency-based pathways.
Thank you for the question. In terms of like the skills, sorry, gateways first. Gateways are our signature experiences at a grade level. So level 3, I know, has a learner's mindset activity that they do, and then will be a community presentation for parents and educators where they're assessed and giving feedback on the portrait attributes and competencies, just like they would be as a senior. Every year we add another attribute and more competency, so they're getting prepared to do this experience when they come into their senior year. So that's what the gateway is. How do we link it to a personalized competency-based system? We went to our community and asked them, what are the skills? When they leave our building, what skills do you want to ensure your child has to be choice ready? I talk a lot with our parents. I do not care if they're college, career, or military, but I will ensure they'll have a unique skill set and get their first choice when they leave our building. And so we did that with our parents and our community, and then we did that with our kids. And to be honest, the kid part really, really informed what our educators do in terms of experiences with the curriculum, not from the curriculum. And then we're consistently revisiting those skills and talking through them. So it was really a community effort with our learners, educators, and parents, having those conversations to say, these are the skills they will need to be successful when they walk out of our building, no matter which of the 3 paths they choose.
And with my 15 seconds, how long did that process take with the community engagement? Is it a one-time process, or is it something you're going back to? Is it iterative?
We go back, it's iterative. It took us about probably 6 to 8 months to build the attributes and the competencies, and then we continue to do focus groups every year with a smaller group of parents to iterate further.
Thank you.
That concludes our public meeting panel this evening. Thank you so much for you all for joining us for tonight's public meeting.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. I want to thank all the panelists again. For those of you all who are in person, feel free, as the flight attendants say, to move about the cabin. You can excuse yourself from the table. So I want to thank you all also who joined us virtually this evening. You all were our first full panel of virtual panelists. So thank you for bearing with us. It was definitely well worth the technical difficulties to hear all the testimonies, and we have a few members who will be following up to better inform our work. Go ahead. All right. The State Board now has a brief recess before we go to our public witnesses. When I say brief, I do mean 5 minutes. And so it is 6:46 by my clock, 6:51. I hope we will be back in seats and ready to convene. Thank you all.
I wanted to just give my full attention to. I sent you my email because it wasn't urgent. Hey, I'm gonna leave that, but I know you guys are off tomorrow, Friday. No, we got it. Yeah. So I just wanted to check in as to how maybe Monday then. It's not too late. But yeah, let's text. I'll figure it out, and if anything, yeah, maybe after this meeting we can just put have an agenda. Put together the agenda items and then go dive deeper in those on Monday. Would that make sense? Because I don't think there's a lot. The quick follow-up is Alistair's artificial turf, and Anna had something too. Yeah, let's do that. Well, we could text maybe. I'll message you after this. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. I think I gotta head early because I got to do a lesson I have to finish tonight. But I'm happy to communicate during the okay. And then we can find a time on Monday. All right. Yeah. Let's do that. That's cool. Thanks.
We're doing 4 at a time or 5 at a time? That was that was perfect. The genuine question was going to be that I can move another chair. Yeah. So they were. How much for yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I know we had
I am missing 1, 2, 3, 4. I need one more member. Oh, Alistair is still in the chambers. All right. So we are reconvening. We do hear public testimony, and so we want to get to you all, so we try to reconvene on time. We hear public testimony from public witnesses at every public meeting, and your comments become part of our official record. If you would like to speak at a future public meeting, which now includes a virtual option, please sign up on our website at sboe.dc.gov or contact our staff by email at sboe@dc.gov, or by phone at 202-741-0888. Tonight, we have 17 witnesses who have signed up for public testimony. We will hear from those in attendance in a panel format. Each witness will have up to 3 minutes to provide comments. If you are with us in person, please note that you must use one of the microphones at the table, which are already on. After our public witnesses speak, we will pause for questions from board members. Members will again have 3 minutes for questions. For our public witnesses, those 3 minutes do include the member's question or comment and the witness's answer. Director Butler will call the public witnesses in groups and announce the question rounds. She will assist with timing to ensure our witnesses and board members stay within their allotted time. Director Butler, you may ask public witnesses to come to the table.
Tom Donahue, Renard Snyder, Angie Perko, Dieter Morales, Alphonse Prince, Jordan Doherty, we will start here on the end with Ms. Perko.
There we go. Can you?
Oh, feel free to move it closer to you.
Wonderful.
Yes, yes.
Can you hear me all right?
Yes.
Hi. My name is Ange Perko. My pronouns are they, them. I would prefer to be referred to as Perko, not Miss Perko or Mr. Perko. I am a special education teacher in the history department of Paul Public Charter School, as well as their AP psychology teacher. And I'm here today advocating not just for myself, but for my colleagues. And as I heard us talk about graduation requirements and heard terms like proficiency and scales that kind of condense student achievement down to pure numbers, I feel the need to beg for support for the people responsible for those small gains that I think do more than can be imagined possible. I love my school. I have never had a better job or one that means more to me. Getting to help my kids and feel like I'm actually making an impact in making the lives of students better every day is why I get up in the morning. And I work with some of the best teachers as well. My colleagues are supportive and understanding, and I can't think of any fellow teacher who I don't know doesn't care about making the kids' lives better. However, right now, I am struggling. We are struggling. We are struggling because demands on our times have been shifted to the unreasonable and obscene. I am struggling because I see such a focus on test scores and numbers and data with no recognition of the many factors that goes into a child's test score raising a single point. I see such a focus on standardization and easy data to tell progress when I have my kids coming to me joking how they're not going to be able to get their homework done again because their parents couldn't pay the bills and the electricity and AC are shut off. We judge progress by test scores, and I have kids who aren't getting 3 square meals a day. I'm a teacher who cares. Sorry. Psychologically, I cannot tell you how damaging it is to go in day after day and try to tell kids that scoring higher on a test matters when they're struggling to survive. That's where budget money is being spent. And like, I have it easy. I'm just the teacher like talking to them about their struggles. I don't have to survive them. I don't know if I could. They're stronger than I can begin to speak to. And I know, frankly, how many teachers are on the verge of breaking. And we know there's a teacher retention problem. We know that that's a struggle everywhere. And we can't keep standing here helpless, just trying to, not able to help the kids in the ways that they need in favor of sort of government wanting, sometimes it feels like an easy way to judge school success on numbers based on test scores that in no way can possibly reflect my kids. I knew I was going to run out of time. Education isn't a business. We can't treat kids like adjustable numbers that need to meet quota. And we need to understand that teachers are leaving because we can't keep doing a job where all of our love and our care gets poured into what feels like this pit of nothingness and numbers. And I'm out of time, so thank you so much. I work with Empowered Ed. We have some policy suggestions for teacher improvement that we'd be happy to share with you. But thank you very much for your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you.
Good evening, members of the board, President Thompson. My name is Dieter Lehman Morales, and I am a 10th grade world history teacher at Columbia Heights Education Campus in Ward 1, a proud Washington Teachers Union member, and an Empower Ed Fellow. I entered public education 3 years ago so that I could serve the community that I live in and represent, and I joined Empower Ed in order to advocate for legislative solutions to the plethora of challenges facing educators here in DC. One of the most critical issues we face in our schools today is teacher retention. Each year, DC public schools lose hundreds of dedicated, skilled teachers, and this constant churn affects everything from classroom stability to student success. For every passionate, experienced teacher who leaves the district or leaves my school, our students lose a mentor, a role model, and a guide who knows their individual strengths and struggles. This turnover also burdens remaining staff, increases class sizes, and disrupts learning continuity. Simply put, without stable, committed educators in our schools, it's our students who suffer the most. Teacher retention isn't just about filling vacancies. It's about creating a system where educators feel supported, valued, and heard. This evening, you will hear from my colleagues about policies that would create such a support system like the ones we have here. Policies that address burnout, reduce unnecessary bureaucratic burdens, and provide competitive compensation. And as many of my colleagues here with me will attest to, too many of our fellow educators leave this profession because they feel overwhelmed by the demands placed on them without sufficient resources, mental health support, or time to invest in their own professional development. As an Empower Ed Fellow, I'm advocating for legislative reforms to address these root causes of attrition, because I know that retaining quality educators is key to improving student outcomes. We know that when teachers stay, students thrive. Research consistently shows that experienced teachers lead to higher academic achievement, better attendance, and improved social emotional development. Our students in DC deserve the best, and the best includes teachers who are not only highly skilled, but also deeply invested in their schools and communities. If we truly want to build an equitable education system here in the District of Columbia, one that serves all students, regardless of their background, we must prioritize teacher retention, and this means more than recruitment drives. It means rethinking how we support and sustain the educators who are on the front lines every single day, ensuring that every classroom is led by a teacher who is not just present, but committed to the long term. And with that, I yield the rest of my time.
Good evening, thank you. My name is Alphonse Prince. I'm an educator from Ward 4 and an Empowered Ed Fellow. I'm a native Washingtonian from Ward 5 and attended DC Public Schools myself, graduating in the year 2000. My parents were DC Public Schools teachers and shaped many of my beliefs in education. I use those beliefs to teach middle school students algebra before they get to high school. As you consider graduation requirements, I hope that you will consider some ideas I have on the skills and supports students need. Graduation requirements determine what we teach, how we teach, and which student experiences students get. I believe that while we have the foundation of good graduation standards and requirements, DC can be better. For example, DC is moving towards one-to-one technology in high school, which is good. However, is there going to be a graduation requirement around Microsoft Office certifications or Google certifications? Some students in DC already have access to algebra before the 8th grade, which studies show impact college attendance rates, and rates with which they graduate. Can we ensure students entering high school have the very important math class by changing the requirements that they need to graduate? DC has arts from many different communities, yet our students don't know all of the ways they can express themselves through writing. A creative writing class can provide that outlet and unearth some poets, novelists, etc. In the nation's capital, our schools should be graduating students who are ready to contribute to anything and everything the city has to offer. How do those graduate requirements look? Well, they should include at least 3 credits of math class, starting with geometry, 1 class where they have to earn an online certification, a creative writing class, and then 75 hours of community service before they graduate, so that the community connections are stronger and not just to check a box. The idea is that the less time combined with the other requirements should provide stronger connections to the community. These are just some of the things that I see when I have a vision of how DCPS can rewrite their graduation requirements to ensure that when students graduate, they are prepared to go into a global society with all the necessary skills and competencies. They live in a city that is a global city, yet very often cannot access those global things. Changing the graduation requirements can have a snowball effect where other policies have to change for the better to meet the graduation requirements. It is vital that the School Board of Education consider graduation requirements that open possibilities for our students. Since the pandemic, things need to be reimagined for school and graduation requirements. We need to keep the rigorous preparation for life, but change some things so that students see and understand how a good education sets them up for life. I say this not only as a native Washingtonian, not only as a parent of a student in a DC public charter school, but also as a teacher of DC students. It is from these experiences that I ask that we seriously look at changing DC standards for graduation. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Jordan Daughtery, and I'm an educator from Ward 4 and an Empower Ed Fellow. I am in education because a vital education and relationship with school will provide you the tools to succeed no matter your life route. Our school community strongly emphasizes relationship building and the importance of partnership and accountability with families. As an educator, family engagement liaison, and student events leader, I am a living testament to the power of these values in our community. Today, I am here to discuss what steps the city can take to retain an educator like me. Teacher retention is necessary because the right teacher can create exponential student growth. Look at schools that have significantly grown in literacy, science, and attendance, and have generally turned around their culture, morale, and data. You will find the connection and building bridges are the teachers. However, if we look at the data of schools that slid backwards, or there was a dip in data or attendance, or the schools that could not maintain their growth, we could tie that fluctuation back to the teachers and the staff turnover. Can they retain their teachers? Why did they lose that teacher who changed lives and moved data? As an educator, I wake up some mornings overwhelmed by the low pay, still the high and unspoken demands to not just be an educator, but a therapist, IT support, club coordinator, and more, as well as limited resources when budgets are getting smaller each year, are problematic. To provide my students, I sometimes must fill out grant applications that are lengthy and daunting because I don't have all the tools or resources I need to begin with. If budgets were funded differently and teachers were not coming out of their pockets to provide quality education, that would make a big change that could impact teachers remaining in the field. I sometimes make an over-hour commute to the city because my students seek consistency and just my presence alone. Rather than these demands, many of my colleagues have ultimately chose their peace, their health, and work sustainability, which the teaching profession is not currently compensating enough to keep sound, sensible, and devoted educators. I am not mad at any of my colleagues for making their choice. Additionally, the following solutions would help towards teacher retention. Explicitly stating sick days can be used for mental health and creating mental health leave, as well as a universal exit ticket survey so that we can address why teachers are leaving their buildings and keep it consistent so that all teachers are getting exit surveys. It is vital that the School Board of Education develop their teacher retention solutions and work with the DC Council to introduce legislation on teacher retention. Please examine daily schedules, resources, the budget, and accountability incentives for their families working in partnership with the schools.
Thank you. We will now have our round of member questions. As before, members, you all have 3 minutes to give your questions and to receive your answers. At this time, we will start with our student members. Representative Barnes.
Thank you all for your testimonies today. First, I want to start with Perko. You mentioned a lot about test scores, and then you balanced it out with also the, I want to say, mentality of our young people as well. So what would you say, how can we find a balance with that when it comes down to our mentality and our scores?
I wish I had an easy solution for you there, but when it comes down to it, I think we all know just it's impossible to rate people based on numbers alone and fully encapsulate who they are. And we know that kids are struggling and suffering. We talk about absenteeism and where, sort of this fractious relationship that seems to be sometimes developing, like between students and educators. What I would say is I would love us to explore some kind of a system that works, maybe looking at a holistic view of a student. I guess that's maybe, a complicated and time definitely will take time, like time investment. But what we seem to also keep seeing, though, is that these test scores, not only are they not showing proficiencies, but when we focus so much on the test scores, where does school focus go? Where does our care and our energy end up really end up? Does it end up on the kids, or does it end up on making sure that we're making these quotas? So I guess what I'm asking for is, we need to start working more towards a system where, if these test scores are not being, are not showing the proficiencies, then maybe that's saying something about the tests themselves, and maybe we need to be changing around our systems and figuring out if we have a goal of where we want students to be, how do we change the whole system and change sort of how we guide those students and judge them on their progress. So, thank you.
Thank you. And for Mr. Prince, what you said as far as, what's taught, how and why and different things like that, that really stood out to me, because I believe a lot of the things that we obtain starts within the classroom. So one of my questions would be unto you is, do you feel as if the school currently is preparing our students to be more involved in, local work and community work?
In terms of local and community work, I would say the foundation for it is there, but it is kind of what I'm saying, it's not easy for the students to find that. And I think that is where the thing is. It is there, but if they have to go and look and find and search and go talk to 10 different people, they're going to lose the energy to do it. So I would say it is there, but it is not at the forefront of graduating students' minds. Hey, graduated in June 13th. The 18th, you can go right here to this person and start this thing if you're not going to college, or if you're graduating from college, here's where you need to start for DC and going from there.
Thank you.
Representative Lynn. Representative Mayer.
Thank you all so much for coming. I, as a DCPS student and the daughter of an educator, sympathize extensively with everything that you've said, and I agree with everything that you said as well. One question for you, Mr. Prince. You talked a lot about more unorthodox requirements that should be in schools, and I'm wondering what your thoughts on vocational training in schools is, if there is a place for that, if there should be requirements related to that, your thoughts generally?
Yes, there should be a place for it, but I also think that some of the stuff, when you get to your senior year, I didn't put it in here because I only have 3 minutes, but there's also connections with community colleges, things of that nature, so yes, There should be pieces of vocational skills with it, just to give kids the options, all of the options, and then let them decide.
Thank you. And then this, any of you can take. You all talked about the extensive pressures that you face as educators. Is there any specific source of that? Is there problems in school administration, especially, or from central office, or just existential pressures that you're facing? Because in terms of addressing these, the more specific issues that we're aware of, the more we can help correct them.
So, yeah. I mean, I wish I could try and sort of paint you guys what a day in my life is kind of like in terms of the exhaustion of, like, I started school at 7:45 a.m. and I'm a teacher of seniors, so now I've got 2 letters of recommendation requests, like 2 email requests for letter of recommendation already in my inbox, and I've got another one coming in asking me about National Honor Society and when we're going to meet there, and then I've got my other teacher who I'm now, government teacher who I'm co-teaching with, has come up to me and made sure, like, hey, can we print these out for the day? And I've got another kid over here now who's, like, clearly upset about something and, like, is now getting into it with another one of the security guards, and it's like, okay, is this a moment where I need to intercede? And that's been like 5 minutes. And it's just this onslaught of you're trying to think of how to, like, care for the kids as people, but also how to think about their success, but then also how do you take care of yourself, and how do you, like, you're trying to kind of, like, juggle, like, 15 live hand grenades, trying to make sure that one of them's not going to go off. Because if one of them goes off, it's your kids that get hurt. And I think that's also the really hardest part of, like, you don't, you come in here caring. And when things go wrong, you feel responsible. But when there's only so many hours in the day to be able to make things right, it just becomes endless. So.
And if I can just add to that real quick, I think we can all, anyone here can talk about the daily pressures that we face as teachers in the classroom, but I think it's worth noting that some of the problems start at the very top. Mayor Bowser does not seem to care about educators in this district, and so that's why she's been holding back on giving the Washington Teachers Union a fair contract. Chancellor Farabee also does not care about educators that he employs in the district, and that's why he also has been playing games with us with our contract. So I think a lot of the problems also lay at the feet of the administration, Mayor Bowser's administration, also Chancellor Farabee's administration as the Chancellor of DC Public Schools.
Thank you both.
Thank you, Representative Ting.
Hello, yes. For Mr. Prince, you mentioned teaching algebra earlier, and I remember seeing a legislation proposed by one of my friends earlier on that. But the issue I was seeing was that, for example, I think in 2021, 2022, only 19% of our kids were meeting grade level standards in math on PARC. And I understand PARC has problems, but 19% is a pretty staggering figure even by error of magnitude standards. So from a teacher's perspective, and honestly any of you could answer this, are your kids really prepared for taking algebra earlier in middle school, etc.?
And so I would say yes, because they're open to teaching what we teach them. So coming out of the pandemic, I'll tell you as a math teacher, I did not use the language around a lost year at any given moment. And so my kids did not, while there was some slippage, it was not as drastic as was seen across the city, and I wholeheartedly believe is because I did not allow that negative language. And so I believe, yes, starting this is not, you have to start all the way at 2nd and 3rd grade. And so starting at 2nd and 3rd grade with the idea that by the time these kids get the 8th grade, they need to have algebra, because right now in the year, they have to take it anyway. So if you say 19% of them not proficient in 8th grade, they still get it in 9th grade regardless. And so my thing is starting them early when the kids can do it. And it's going to require a lot of change, because it's also going to require those 2nd grade teachers, elementary school teachers, to be proficient in teaching math. And as a tutor, I've been a tutor in a past life, that doesn't always happen. The 2nd grade teacher who has the kids the entire day gets to decide what they're going to do. And if they don't like math, if they're afraid of math, then they will teach that kid 30 minutes of math. Not going to happen. So I think the thing is, yes, we have to change it, but it is my heart that kids will meet the expectation that we set for them.
Okay, yeah, thank you. I mean, yeah, I agree. I took math, algebra 1 in 5th grade because Kip prepared me. And for the red-haired person sitting closest to me, I remember an example as an alternate to PARC, etc., was teachers having projects for their students to do and presenting. Could you speak on that?
So, I know, again, like the time and encompassment of the scope of the work that would mean to shift to in terms of that as a grading structure is enormous. But like also think of how much more that speaks to what we can see from a student, because that also allows, we were speaking earlier about sort of the importance of vocational schools and the ability to recognize that kids can do, kids are good at a lot of different things. And I think, again, taking it away from a numbers thing, which can be so daunting, I think, to so many of my students, like they see the numbers, they see them not going up, and they get defeated, and so they don't try, and so it becomes this whole cycle. But give them something that they can naturally succeed in, give them a project that they can get enthused about and show expertise and like a way into the world. Yeah, absolutely. Like I think that would be a huge step forward and a goal, I think, for all of us.
Representative Best.
All right. First off, thank you all for being here and being present. To the gentleman from Ward 5, I'm sorry, brother, I forgot your name. Okay, Mr. Prince. Can you dive a little bit deeper into what you think students should be able to do as it relates to tech when they graduate? And also add on to that, what are your thoughts on cell phone usage in schools?
So I think with tech, the kids know a lot about tech already. And so I think when they leave, they should understand the knowledge that they have and what they can do with it. And then if we're talking the middle of high school, 11th grade, they can start deciding how in-depth they want to get into IT. So they just want to be a surface level help desk, or they want to go into IT engineering. It's kind of what I was thinking about with that, or the competencies. And as far as cell phone in schools, I am against it. I don't really understand how we have documented that during this age range, they are easily distractible, and we give them tools that the only thing they know them for is distractions. So for me, I don't think I went to school without cell phones. I understand all the things behind it of like getting into contact with parents, but to me that says the parents aren't in contact with the school, because there are many apps that you can contact many parents at one time. There's even an app that translates it to the parent's native language. So when parents say, I need to get in contact with my kid, my first question is, you don't call the school, you don't have a contact with the school or that child's teacher. But the short answer to your question is, I don't think students should have their cell phones in class in school.
Thank you very much. My next question is, how do you all believe that student discipline policies and student grade policies impact teacher retention?
Well, they kind of go hand in hand, because if you have teachers who, even if they understand the kids' home life might not be one that they get suspended, if there is no consequences, then teachers get tired of dealing with that and having to come up with consequences for the student, because students do need consequences. So while I understand the position of we don't want to suspend every kid because we now know home life might not be the best thing, I do believe that there needs to be consequences, because when there is no consequence to keep the suspension rate at 0, that's how you lose teachers, because they're like, yo, this kid is doing this in class and nothing is happening.
Yeah.
I was also going to add the consequences have to be able to be fallen through on. If you imagine the totality of our day, if the consequence is so light that if the kids do not feel it, then it just keeps coming a repeated behavior, and that's how we check out. But it goes the other way as well. If the consequence is so strict, then the child has missed 10 days, 7 days, and they've missed so much learning, we are only increasing a gap.
Do you think it's appropriate right now, what we have?
Depends on what building you're in. We also have probably we're at 4 different schools up here, and we probably have 100 different consequences between the 4 of us.
Okay. Thank you.
Representative Chang.
Thank you. Thanks for coming out tonight. I hear what you're saying and excited to read more in the one pager. Who has the copies that we can get later? Okay.
We got you.
Great. The question that is often on my mind is, how do we make the changes to actually make these improvements? And one of the things that's been on my mind that my colleagues know I've been asking a lot of is, how do we make sure that we're not always adding onto your plates, right? Even the things that I'm hearing you suggest are additional things that we might add to your plates. And so I think that one question that I think would help inform the way that we think about this is, and I may ask the other Empower Ed educators who come up too, what is the first thing that you would take off of your plates currently that you think is the least effective use of your time in the classroom?
I mean, I'll start it off. Just because for me personally, I don't necessarily know which piece I would take off because I don't know what that would mean for the other things. Like right now I'm doing a delicate balance, but the one thing I will say is that when we attend PDs, the same PDs over and over every year, like I've been at one of my schools for 8 years. When I hear the same PD over and over with no update for it, with no specificity to my school, then that is something that's wasting my time, especially at the beginning of the year when I could be setting up my classroom, getting things ready for the first day. So just kind of making sure the in-service PD matches up to like keep the energy going for the first day of the year and not have teachers looking around like, can I go clean my classroom?
I actually was going to say PDs as well. Someone asked about the admin when it comes to school. They're so maybe having their checklist in terms of test scores and knowing that their test scores affect how their building is funded. We're in professional development that has nothing to do with what we actually teach. But they're like, you need this training because this training is almost guaranteed in their eyes from some other party to then equate to the test score that they need to fund the building.
May I get an example of one that you would cut first?
A training?
Yeah.
Anybody have a training that they've attended? I was trying not to, like, not be all the way invested during in-service, so I can't think of one right now because I was all in, but.
I'll answer real quick in 3 words. Impact, impact, impact.
I know we're out of time. I'm so sorry.
Representative Goulet.
I want to thank you all. Perko, and thank you for sharing your story with us tonight, so I really appreciate that a lot. I'd like to turn to Commissioner Morales on the issue of the contract that you mentioned. We passed a resolution roughly a year ago as a state board urging urgency on the part of the chancellor to come to the table, reach a resolution with our teachers, because even though obviously pay isn't the only issue, it is an issue with teacher retention. Over the last roughly 2 years, how many times has the chancellor sat down personally, to the degree you know, with our teachers?
I could probably count on one hand. Not one of the times did he show up when he asked us to come at 5 in the morning.
Which is obviously insulting, I mean, to our teachers to have to get up at 5 in the morning to come in for these discussions. What can be done from your perspective to get our chancellor to sit down and to personally intercede on this issue? Because to me, it's the biggest issue that we have each year, is making sure that we have a contract, that our teachers feel respected, that they feel like the top leadership takes this seriously. And for most of the years, we've been without a contract now, and we finally got one done, but then it expired, and now we're almost a year over the expiration, and I don't know what the end in sight is. I guess what really concerns me about this is when we get behind, then with schools being such a big part of the budget, they have to come back for cuts. They don't have enough money then, and what we saw last year is large cuts to our schools based on the fact that we hadn't kept pace. So what do you think we can do as a state board? How can we try to put more urgency on this issue?
Well, first, it's worth thanking the state board for passing that resolution. But I think that also in itself gets to the heart of the problem here. And I can say it's because I'm an ANC. And we all know this here too. The state board in relation to the council or the mayor's office is not very powerful. It cannot do much for anything that we're here to tell you about, actually. So I think this is all structural. This starts at the top, like I said earlier, by pressuring Mayor Bowser to relinquish some of her control over the educational system and abolishing mayoral control. I know it's hard to relinquish power, but if Joe Biden can do it, she can too. Secondly, pushing Chairman Mendelson to establish a committee of education like we used to have. There's no reason why education, which is a very important topic in the district, should be part of the committee as a whole. especially now that they're adding more to the table of the committee as a whole because certain council members decided to mess around and get in trouble and had their committee assignments relinquished. So I think it's a structural problem, and I think we should be putting more pressure on the people who actually, control the levers of power here.
Thank you. Representative Henderson?
Thank you, teachers, for teaching and for pouring into our students. I know that we ask you to do too much with too little. But as you've mentioned, there's not a whole lot we can do directly about that. We do have power over graduation requirements, approving them at least. And so I would like to ask Mr. Prince about your thoughts on having a computer science or something like that requirement.
Yes, I mean, I think it's just an introduction to it. Like, I just think about my own upbringing where, like, I don't know how many of you guys up there remember this, but Black Planet, like, that was a website before Facebook. And I didn't realize it then, but when I look back on it, that was computer programming. To put your top 8, to put your songs, to put your pictures, that was computer programming. And a bunch of kids, a bunch of us just figured it out with no teaching, no anything. And I just imagine, like, how many of those kids would have chose something in that field if they had had a class that was like, hey, we're gonna just build this website and I'll teach you what you're doing with this before they went to college. And so I do think, yes, having a computer science class will just open it up for students to know whether or not they like it and choose from it.
Okay, and so you, in your testimony, you mentioned things like proficiency with software programs. Like, what else might you put on that list? Like coding or like?
Yeah, coding, understanding like digital visual products as well. So like if they have a chance to do Adobe, like, cause then we start bringing in other things like photography, but then if you want to use the computer side of it, then you can start doing things, and then that builds into, we start talking about movie making and all of these different things that when it boils down to it, it's using something on a computer.
Okay, thank you. And then to the broader panel, from your policy recommendations, are there any that are non-legislative that maybe we can push for without needing new legislation?
Well, the first one that I see on our list here is a universal exit survey. And so asking OSSI to identify and collect a universal exit survey that's administered in good faith by all LEAs with mandatory questions regarding staff supports, autonomy, and perceptions of fairness to be reported yearly. That seems to me like a pretty straightforward ask that can be done without a legislative solution. It can just go through OSSI, and I believe the state board plays a role in overseeing OSSI or interacting with OSSI at least, so that could be the one.
All right, thank you. And anything else?
Thank you. Representative O'Leary?
I'd like to take a poll. How many of you, just give me a thumbs up for a yes, how many of you were student teachers before you were teachers? How many of you, after you became a teacher, this is not a thumbs up question, have had a mentor teacher?
You mean like in actuality or like?
I'm talking about when you first started teaching in the system, did you have a mentor teacher?
So,
at
yes,
your building?
I was assigned a mentor teacher, but when the year started, there was no mentor-mentee meetings. It was more if I went, then yes, but there was no checking in terms of that.
The reason I'm asking the question has to do with the fact that I don't know of a program in DCPS where brand new teachers have someone who takes them under their wing and helps them become what we hope to be a veteran teacher. 5 years, let's say, all right? One of the biggest problems we have with teacher attrition has to do with the fact that teachers aren't given any kind of a lifeline on how to become a teacher. Because none of us, and I taught much more than y'all did, none of us knew what we were doing when we started teaching. We knew the subject, let's say, but we didn't know anything about how to run a classroom, how to deal with 20 or 25 young adults or little babies or whatever. And there isn't any kind of a system. That's one of the biggest problems we have right now with teacher retention, is that nobody is helping those brand new teachers start to gain some experience, because you can't teach experience. Experience is something that you gain. And if they, like when you mentioned a poorly named project, Impact, the only impact ever did was to make a negative impact on everyone it touched. All right, I'm not a big fan, obviously. But the thing about it is right now is, for those of you who are watching this on the District Knowledge Network, our teachers in DCPS are working without a contract. And they've been working without a contract for almost a year. It'll be up on the 30th of September. It'll go into the second year without a contract. And as Mr. Morales said, it's up to the mayor to step up and get the chancellor to negotiate the contract. And until that's done, then all of the frustration that we've heard from the four of you is for naught. It hurts to hear it, but nothing's changing. And so the system has to recognize education is the most important thing that happens in the city. And if we don't educate our students, then the city will never be successful. I'll yield my time. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Reed.
Good evening. Perko, when I came in, I heard the joy and then immediately heard the shift. And in my 4 years on the board, frequently have encountered teachers in tears because of the situations in their classroom. I promise with the next panel I'll offer a direct question, but I feel like it's the opportunity to just share a piece of my story. I remember distinctly opening up PG County Public School mail out of my mailbox and learning how, I guess, not proficient I was in a lot of things. I remember opening up the SAT letter and remember had to Google, well, it wasn't Google back then, it was probably Ask Jeeves, what a percentile rank was, and then learning all the negative things. Mr. Prince, I think you hit exactly, I wanted to leap out of my chair when you mentioned you refuse to keep repeating that narrative over and over to our students. And I think that's important because I distinctly remember being a student bombarded with all of these numbers. I don't find myself to be an anomaly. I know our students can do it. But I constantly think about what is the impact when we keep telling, particularly as the Ward 8 rep, that we are the most violent, we're unintelligent, we're unhealthy, all the bad things chronically over and over again. So I would love our education system to move beyond proficiency and more towards the people being the students, the people being the teachers, because that's actually what matters. I pride myself on being a neighbor that my neighbors can rely on me to hold their house keys and not worry about taking anything, but can look out. We don't have anything in our education system that truly measures those kind of things. Are you a good person? Are you kind? Are you respectful? Can we trust you? Are you honest? Those are things that matter a lot, probably more than a math or reading. I use Grammarly still. And there are days I don't care if the email comes off grammatically incorrect. I can still get my point across. That for me is a proficiency I think we should seek with our students. So I wanted to kind of put that out there. Maybe it's hope, I don't know. But I want you all to make sure you go beyond proficiency and keep going for the people. And please, Mr. Prince, please keep speaking those positive things to your students over and over again. They last. Because I remember those things told me from my teachers, the positive things versus you are this number, that number, you are black, you are under socioeconomic status, you're in a single parent household, all of those things that were supposed to quote unquote make me undesirable to society. So I want us to hold light for that. And I thank you all for being here. I promise I will ask a direct question of either of you later or future panels, but I think it was just worth saying that on microphone. So thank you.
Representative Williams.
Thank you all for thank you all for being here and for your testimony. I also know firsthand what it means like to teach a full day, and then to come and to continue advocating for the things that we know need to be changed. There were a lot of things here that were mentioned today that I think need continued commitment and pressure to see results. Mr. Lehman-Morales, you had mentioned the structural challenges in our education governance system. There does seem to be some momentum with potentially strengthening the state board authority. I think that's the will of our board, to continue to partner with you, Empower Ed, other people in our city, to make sure that we can have better checks and balances. It comes up, and it has come up continually, and we're not seeing changes because we're not fighting for the things that we know we need to do differently. And so, I would encourage my colleagues to work collaboratively with ourselves and with you to work for incremental change there. I think with regards to the test scores piece and the over focus on test scores, one thing that I would love to see Empower Ed continue to kind of bring up is like how they're used. There were a couple recent conversations in the city around how, students will take the SAT, they'll get their scores back in a week or two, or they'll take an AP test, they'll get their scores back in a month or 6 weeks. Parents and schools don't get CAPE results for 6 months. And they don't get the results before students schedule classes. So then, what are the results being used for? What's the point of these tests if we're not using them, putting that data in parents' hands, in teachers' hands, in schools' hands to be able to be more useful? So I think that piece feels like something really concrete that we can continue to partner with. And I think if we can continue speaking with a unified voice, we can maybe clarify a data system that can be more functional and supportive and give data that can help us do our jobs better. So that's one thing I want to put out there. And then a couple of the other things that were mentioned, both by my colleagues and by the panelists, were the chair for Representative O'Leary. We are working on creating more supports for newer teachers with induction standards to make sure we're looking at mentorship. I know that can pay a lot of positive dividends. And then also with the piece around professional development, Empower Ed has also done this idea of a floating professional development, which we kind of lost steam with over the years and through COVID. But I'm happy to continue to partnering that on either the Student Experience Committee or the Adult Experience Committee to make sure that teachers are feeling supported and that the morale doesn't lower when you go to ineffective professional developments. So thank you all for being here.
Representative Patterson.
First, I want to say thank you, okay, for every teacher that's going to come up here after you guys. I want to say thank you, okay, for the work that you do, for what you do for our children each and every day. I don't have that ministry. That has not been my ministry. I have never been a classroom teacher, okay? So I appreciate those who do go into the classroom each and every day and do that extraordinary work to teach our children each and every day under crazy kind of circumstances, whether they be politically, structurally, resource-wise, or whatever the case may be. While it's not my ministry, I know that I am the only father of an educator up here. And every single day, I talk to that educator in the morning. And then I talk to her again when she gets off. So I get to hear every single day, Monday through Friday, and we talk on weekends, church stuff too, about what her day was like, what the pressures were, what it feels like, where she's supported, where she's not supported. I sat with her through mental health issues brought on by her job, all type of wellness issues. So I truly empathize from that perspective of what you go through on a regular basis. When parents show up sometimes, and we love our parents, we love our children, but they can show up some certain ways, and it can make it very difficult for you to still have that love. You love that child, but that parent can make it real difficult sometimes. I've heard all those stories. I've heard her, when she got punched in the face, and I had to take her to the doctor because the child punched her in the face. And what was the repercussion of how she felt her leadership team responded to that child hitting her in the face, okay? So I'll say this in my last minute. I hear you guys, I see you, okay? And I will do my best to be as sympathetic and advocate for the things that you need as I am toward my own daughter. I had to advise her. And some people who know my history, they may know that at one time she worked with me at a particular LEA. I said, it's time for you to go. You need to go to another LEA. My student representative knows her quite well now, and he can speak to what type of teacher she is. She now works with him. I look forward to working with y'all. Thank you.
President Thompson.
My honest thought is I'm not quite sure. I was hoping that we didn't. I'm not quite sure how to respond to the fact that it feels like we started the public testimony in like in a place that, you know, like I'm looking at somebody like they're almost on the verge of tears, and I never want people to come to our state board meetings and, you know, like feel that way. So I don't feel a need to make a comment for the sake of making a comment, and I don't think I have any pressing questions at the moment. I do encourage you all to turn in your testimonies, because I know I heard, especially Mr. Prince's testimony, some very specific recommendations about how the graduation requirements could be changed. And I would not rely on me to go back and try to watch that and write that down. I would just send it to me, because I do want to receive that, but I'm not so sure I can take all of that in at this moment, because we're humans too. Understood. So I want to thank you all for your testimonies tonight, and your time, and all the things you did before today, just like all the things we did before today, and appreciate you all being with us this evening. Thank you.
So with that, thank you to our first panel of witnesses, and I will also echo President Thompson's request for testimonies. Our staff does compile these and publish them online, so if you have not submitted your written version of your testimony, even if you have a typed copy now, we will take it so that we can then share it with the public. Thank you. And we're going to call our next set of public witnesses. Next, we're going to have Kara Chavone, Kelly Yukon, Donald Thompson, Dallas Cherry Jr., Don Roy Ferdinand should be joining us virtually. We will start with Cara.
Thank you. My name is Kara Chavone, and I'm a teacher in Ward 8 and an Empower Ed Fellow. I became a teacher because I understand the revolutionary impact that great teachers and schools have on their students' lives, and today I'm here to discuss what steps the city can take to retain educators like me. Teacher retention is essential because our students deserve qualified, experienced professionals, not a revolving door of new and inexperienced teachers. During my first year of teaching, I taught 9th graders who had experienced high teacher turnover during middle school, and it was clear these students had taken the departures of beloved teachers personally when they said things like, "Why does it matter if we learn your rules? You're just going to quit soon." Fortunately, those students were wrong, and I'm still there 4 years later during their senior year. When teachers leave their schools, students lose important members of their support systems. When this happens on a large scale, students begin to lose the trust and enthusiasm necessary for learning. With DC's low test scores and high incidence of challenging behaviors, improving student-teacher relationships should be of critical importance to the city. DC has extremely high turnover compared to most other districts. Here, approximately 30% of all teachers leave their schools each year. By contrast, my school has an attrition rate of around 17% in 2022 through 2023, one of the lowest rates throughout our entire charter network and significantly lower turnover than DCPS. I have stayed at this school in part because of respectful administrators and coaches who act in partnership with teachers, not as adversaries. I attribute these respectful relationships in part to the fact that my charter is not held to the rigid requirements of the impact evaluation rubric. It certainly makes sense that DC wants to retain its excellent teachers. However, years of experience with impact has shown that this method of evaluation has had the opposite effect. Impact places excessive focus on value-added measures such as test scores, which are flawed and incomplete. A 2021 study showed that impact was racially biased, with white teachers receiving higher scores on average than Black or Hispanic teachers. Impact is also a punitive system. It punishes low performers rather than supporting teacher growth. Instead of pushing out less effective teachers, DC should eliminate value-added measures in the impact evaluations and instead invest in improving coaching programs to help turn ineffective educators into effective ones. On top of improvements to impact, the city could further improve teacher retention through continued investment in the flexible scheduling pilot program. Most teachers' biggest complaint about this profession is the excessive amount of time demanded of teachers. If DC were to fully fund and expand the flexible scheduling program, experienced teachers could remain at their schools and continue to have a positive impact on students while still tending to their families and mental health through more flexible scheduling. Simple scheduling logistics could keep talented, impactful educators in the classroom, serving our students, not giving up on this profession. I have a personal connection to flexible scheduling. My own mother is an educator. She has been for her entire career, and without three-quarter time and half time when I was a young child, she wouldn't have stayed in the profession. If DC wants to retain its best educators and improve outcomes for students, the city must improve the impact evaluation system and increase flexible scheduling options. I yield the rest of my time. Thank you so much.
Yeah, we're just going to go straight down the row.
Good evening, members of the board, and thank you for allowing me to speak today. I am Dallas Cherry, a high school science instructor and Empower Ed Fellow here in Washington, D.C. As an educator, I aim to provide meaningful and long-lasting experiences for all students through exposure and experiential learning. I'm here today to address a critical issue affecting our schools, teacher retention. While many factors contribute to teachers leaving the profession, I believe efforts must start at the administrative level. When teachers feel supported by their administrators, they are more likely to stay and succeed in the classroom. An observable need exists in our schools. The revolving door of teachers has become normalized, and students are the ones paying the price. Many of my students have grown used to losing teachers after only a year or two, and this lack of stability disrupts their academic progress and damages the trust and relationships that are essential for their social and emotional development. When teachers leave, students are left to rebuild connections, often in environments where they have already experienced educational setbacks. Our students deserve consistency, and stronger teacher retention strategies can provide that. To support retention, I offer a few key recommendations. First, effective communication and support from administrators are crucial. Too often, teachers feel their concerns are unheard. Administrators must create an environment where teachers' voices are valued, addressing challenges related to student behavior, resources, and curriculum. Second, meaningful professional development and career growth opportunities are essential. Teachers need development that is personalized, not just compliance-driven, offering opportunities for leadership roles, mentoring, and professional growth shows a commitment to their long-term success. Finally, we must recognize the importance of teacher well-being and work-life balance. Teachers are not just educators. They are human beings with lives outside of the school. Administrators play a vital role in ensuring that teachers have the support that they need to manage the immense workload they carry. This includes reducing unnecessary paperwork, avoiding last-minute schedule changes, and being mindful of the time demands placed on teachers. If teachers are overworked, underpaid, and underappreciated, burnout is inevitable. A simple solution for schools with high staff turnover is inclusion of flexible scheduling models and high-quality permanent substitutes for all schools. This directly allows staff to make wellness and mental health days part of their routines without the worry of burnout, look-fors, deliverables, or how their classrooms will be upon their return from their leave. In conclusion, teacher retention starts with strong, empathetic leadership. When teachers feel heard, respected, and valued, they are more likely to stay and continue making a positive impact on students. I urge the board today to prioritize policies that empower administrators to create supportive environments for teachers across their district, helping to retain the dedicated educators our students need. Thank you for your time and consideration today.
Good evening. My name is Dr. Donald Thompson Jr. I'm a math educator. Thank you very much. I'm a math educator at Coolidge High School Early College Program. I am representing Empowerment Ed also. I've spent 28 years in education across various districts nationwide, but my roots are here in Washington, D.C., where the majority of my family and I attend the D.C. public schools. Today I want to address this pressing issue of teacher retention, how teacher turnover disrupts classroom stability and impacts student learning. Research shows that schools with the higher retention rates have up to 25% better student achievement in the core subjects. Thus, retaining talented educators is crucial for both teachers and student success. To address this, I propose several actionable strategies. The first one, of course, is to have a robust support system. So we should implement comprehensive professional development and mentorship programs. Mentorship provides guidance and support, helping new teachers navigate challenges and thrive to increase retention by as much as 150%. Two, of course, have teacher wellness programs. We should establish teacher wellness programs within our schools. These programs help teachers to manage their stress and maintain a work-life balance, which is vital for their long-term retention. Wellness initiatives can reduce teacher absenteeism and also turnover rates by 20%. The third would be flexible scheduling and affordable housing. I'm going to offer flexible scheduling options to support for affordable housing. Teachers often face financial pressures that contribute to this particular turnover. By addressing these issues, we can make teaching a more sustainable career choice. Equitable learning opportunities, we should seeking to provide clear and equitable pathways to leadership roles. Teachers who see a future for career advancements are more likely to stay and will increase teacher retention rates. This approach not only benefits teachers, but also fosters a culture of growth for professionals and professional development within schools. And lastly, we should focus on experimental and, focus on experimental and project-based learning. We should invest in these opportunities. Schools should be able to emphasize these areas so that we can create more engaging and dynamic environments for both teachers and students, and this will improve student engagement and also teacher satisfaction. By implementing these strategies, providing robust support systems, enhancing wellness programs, offering flexible schedules, ensuring affordable housing, and creating leadership opportunities, we can significantly improve teacher retention. This will lead to a more stable, enriching educational environment that benefits both students and educators. So thank you for your attention to this critical issue, and together we can make DCPS a model for teacher retention and student success.
Good evening, everybody. I'm Kelly Okun. I'm a teacher at Mundo Verde Bilingual PCS in Ward 5, proudly serving Empower Ed. I entered the field of education along with my other colleagues for the same reason, a similar reason. I've been teaching for over 17 years now. I'm originally from Ohio. For some of the same reasons that they said, we're up here because we want to see some changes in education and prevent the burnout that teachers are facing almost every day and every year. The ratio between charter schools and public schools are about the same as far as retention and also turnover. So we need to effectuate some kind of changes. My colleagues are saying some of the same things I'm going to tell you now, but I also want to say that I'm deeply rooted in this work as a member of my school community. We're also in 2019, the teachers at Mundo Verde decided to organize the first charter school union. So I also represent DCACS, the president of DCACS as of 2023. We represent now 3 units, Mundo Verde, Capital City Public Charter School, and DC International. DCACS is committed to serving the students, families, and communities in the charter schools where members work, build sustainable cultures of professionalism in all our DC charter schools, and where every staff person reserves and deserves for their voices to be heard, and charter school teachers need to have a seat at the table. I am here to discuss, the critical issue of teacher retention as well, but I'm going to cut to the chase. It's clear that the issue extends beyond individual schools. Of course, it's systemic and it's national. The teacher turnover rate in DC is disproportionate. It affects, schools serving the higher population of students of color as well. We do know that the recommendations that are told over and over again are improve the working conditions, increase the salaries and stability, mentorship and professional developments, smaller class sizes, and caseloads for special educations as well. We want you to listen to teachers, listen to us. Listen to us. We're in the classrooms every day doing the day-to-day work. What we want is we want to work smarter. We don't want to work harder. We want to work during work hours. We don't want to take work home where it interferes with our families and our own emotional well-being and our health. We want to be able to enjoy our own families and then come to school fresh and ready to enjoy the day. I just have 2 initiatives I'd like to speak on. If there's a lot in front of you that you'll have to consider. I feel that to effectively promote teacher retention, schools should focus on really 2 interconnected strategies: flexible scheduling for teachers and experiential learning curriculums for students. These approaches recognize that enriching the experiences of both the teachers and the students is
Excuse
crucial.
me, ma'am.
I know I'm out of time.
Yes, I'm so sorry. Thank you. Now we will have our first virtual public witness, Mr. Ferdinand.
Hi, can you all hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Hello, my name is Donroy Ferdinand, and I'm an 8th grade history teacher at Ida B. Wells Middle School, as well as an Empower Ed Fellow. I just started my 2nd year as a DCPS educator, and today I'm here to talk about 3 things that my school does that make me plan to stay, and how this body can support teachers and teacher retention in the district. Last year, my first year teaching was a challenge. I was hired right at the start of school year, so I missed much of the summer preparation. However, when I arrived at Wells, I was working with another teacher in the classroom every day, sharing responsibilities within our co-teacher model. Besides being proven as more effective for instructing students, collaborative work models like ours at schools lead to higher retention rates and higher teacher satisfaction, and more effective new educators, according to a study done by Arizona State University. Collaborative models are one thing that my school does already that is helping me improve, and helping improve all instruction and keep veteran teachers. In order for other schools to do something similar, they would need new staff and resources to pay and train them, though. Having a co-teacher attracted me to Wells in the first place and was a major reason that I wanted to continue. Even if schools can't implement co-teaching, flexible scheduling is something that would allow for adequate collaboration in planning and yield similar satisfactory results. Aside from having a co-teacher, I also had multiple mentors that helped me adjust to my new role. Receiving guidance in content-specific instruction, behavior management, family engagement, and more not only made me better at my job, but it helped foster professional relationships that empower me to step into positions like this, where I feel comfortable advocating for better workplaces for my colleagues so that we can all be the best educators we can for our students. According to Learning Policy Institute, research shows that well-designed induction programs for beginning teachers lead to teachers staying in the profession at higher rates, accelerated professional growth among new teachers, and improved student learning. Although there is benefit from informal mentorship, the best results come when schools have what they need to pair veteran teachers with new staff. I recommend, along with Empower Ed, that the SBOE review and evaluate effective teacher induction programs across the country and recommend changes to strengthen a minimum 1-week induction program across all local education agencies effective next school year, or establish common induction standards for all LEAs. Lastly, schools that prioritize staff wellness are more likely to keep teachers. During the ups and downs of my first year, one of my lifelines was sessions with well-being in school environments, or WISE for short. The sessions that I attended helped me do a better job understanding how I was feeling and supported my mental and emotional well-being. WISE served 130 educators in the 22-23 school year, and 81% of them reported that they felt more effective in their role. Educators also showed a significant decrease in stress from the start to the end of treatment, according to WISE. Despite these positive results, because of funding, my school and many others are at risk of losing these essential services. Co-teaching, mentorship, and wellness at my school are just a start in keeping teachers in the roles that they're in. And I recommend these items be treated as priorities by this body. Thank you.
We will now turn to our round of questions for members. We will start with Representative Barnes.
Hi. Thank each and every one of you for your comments and sayings on today. So I really resonated with the comment talking about the importance of teachers and the impact it has on youth, because coming from a experience of my own, we had a scenario where we went through a couple of different teachers at Thurgood Marshall with our history class in 10th grade and our algebra 1 class in 9th grade, and it definitely put a toll on us, from our grades to the relationship to the starting over again. It was very much a lot for us, and then hearing about a lot about the connections with students. It's very important that as teachers there is a bond with students, and to see that there is a bond just for it to be broken again, it's heartbreaking on the students ourselves. So one of my questions, and I do have two, but one of my questions would be, how do schools cater to the mental health of teachers? And I believe it's something that is under the surface. So another question, if you want to answer this first, is what is causing teachers to leave? What trends do you see? And anyone can answer.
This is a question that's near and dear to me, especially since I'm a big mental health advocate. I don't believe schools right now in this current state are fully, I don't think they have what it takes right now to fully support teachers. For right now, my school in itself, on the staff have 2 mental health professionals, and the rest are interns through Howard University. Unfortunately, this year, I've had 2 coworkers, unfortunately, end their life. I've had a coworker 2 weeks ago recently pass away due to health issues that were probably related to the job. And I directly saw the impact that it had on students who were really close to these staff members. So I do believe there should be an emphasis on wellness in general. I do believe wellness and retention are connected, and I believe that we should look into that. I do want to get you an opportunity to ask your other question.
Hi, thank you. I think it's a little bit of a shame that we are putting health and wellness into schools and not allowing teachers to go home and take care of their own health and wellness on their own. I believe that if we give teachers the time that they need to take care of their own mental, physical, and emotional well-being, then maybe we wouldn't have to focus so much on putting it into school. I don't think I need anyone to tell me how to take care of myself. I think that a nice bubble bath and a book and maybe some candles and the time in which I need to do that instead of staying up late, trying to get things done is good health and wellness for me. So I think that we're looking at it upside down. And we definitely need to make sure that we are addressing the issue
Thank you,
top
ma'am.
side. Thank you.
Representative Lynn. Representative Mayer.
Thank you all so much for being here. Your stories are incredibly moving. I want to focus a little bit on experiential learning. I'm a high school senior now, but I remember incredibly vividly a 3rd grade unit that I did on whales, like blue whales. I learned so much about whales, and I remember pretty much all of it. It stood out to me because we were really engaging with the material, and that is really the last time that I remember feeling that connected to a subject, which is crazy because it's been a decade at this point. So I'm curious what your opinions are about bringing experiential learning into either lower grades or higher grades, for example, in high school, what that could look like.
So I believe first and foremost, we should always survey our students based on their own personal interests. Ask the students what they like and what they want to see. But then also sometimes our students also don't know what's out there. So it's up to the teacher to now expose, hey, these are the opportunities that you could look at. These are the things that you could possibly enjoy. Which of these things do you want to like test out? But then I think it also is up to staff, maybe even above staff, that we can have some standardization of, hey, these are resources that our students can have for experiential learning. All students in all schools in DC should have the same access to resources, and then people can say, hey, I want to choose from this. Our students would probably benefit from doing this, and I think it's already out there. These things are already present. It's now how do we find it and do it. There are so many universities, especially in DC, that love to like partner with schools. I think we just all need to tap in to do that work to partner.
I work at an EL school. I work at Monteverde as an EL school. I'm going to make the 2 minutes this time, I promise. Teachers do thrive in environments where they can innovate, adapt, and watch students flourish in real-world environments. What I like about hands-on learning is that the relationship that the teachers have with the curriculum, and the curriculum is bringing like rich text, is bringing an anti-racist and commitment to what the school is founded on and what students are able to adapt to is important as well. Like having students buy into it, it's a mutual and correlated relationship. Hands-on experiential learning gets them outside of the classroom. It's not just paper and pencil anymore. It's not just sitting behind a computer all day on Google Classrooms. It's having outside learning experiences. You know, we have cooking and gardening that's outside, right? We have spaces and places where students are engaged in the natural environment. It's not just having English literature, it's humanities, which covers all of the subjects. So that's my experience, and I think that all students deserve to have that, and teachers.
Representative Ting.
Hello, yes. My question actually, I guess branching out, is concerning support for teachers who are club advisors. For example, I've been in way too many clubs, but like for example, 8 clubs. I think I've been in 8 clubs in my high school career, not including middle school, and each one was staffed by a underpaid, very overworked teacher who for some reason chose to stay the extra hour after school ended. What support would there be to, of course, connect, like, because of course, like, clubs are very valuable, like, you know, government clubs, math clubs. I totally don't have vested interest in those, but how should schools support students, like adult advisors for clubs?
Okay. I'm at Coolidge High School, and it's a big support of teachers financially, as well as having teachers to have multiple pathways of using their expertise to share that with students. So there's money allotted for teachers and several types of clubs that interest students, where students have an opportunity to vouch what they may have an interest in. And that goes anywhere from robotics, which I'm doing as a math educator, but we have clubs for women, young women who want to embrace who they are as young students, political clubs, National Honor Society, but we put a big emphasis on ensuring that there are opportunity and multiple pathways to make connections to what they're learning in class, to things that connect to their experiential learning type of things during the day, after school, and even on the weekend, to ensure that we make those connections to what they're learning in their core classrooms.
So I believe it's like absolutely critical that we have after-school programming for our students. We see that there's a huge rise of crime, carjackings, different things in the city. So it's up to the schools oftentimes to provide those resources and an outlet for our students. Unfortunately, some schools like mine don't necessarily start after-school programming until November. And they don't necessarily have students staying in the building where they are actually the most safest. And I think it's important to kind of like push funding for that. Because like you just mentioned, students and, well, teachers were not really paid for these things. Like I'm sure that I know there's a budget. We don't know the budget, but I do know what I got compensated when I led the Nesby Club last year, and also the the basketball team a couple years before then. I think I saw my school kind of like operate from the standpoint of, hey, it's either this is a new position for a person where we're fully paying this person, or this is just a regular stipend. And I think we need to move beyond that.
And more than money, time, flexible scheduling,
Thank you.
or money and time.
Representative Chang. Rotating alphabetical order after the first round of questions according to the State Board bylaws.
Yeah. You mentioned unnecessary paperwork. I want to follow up on my last strain of thought, and I would love an example of unnecessary paperwork. What would you cut first?
So sometimes I do believe, and this is at the charter level, I don't know how things operate at the regular DCPS level. Oftentimes I am required to create my own documents. As a teacher, I've now been the biology teacher, I was an environmental science teacher, I was a forensic science teacher, I've been a chemistry teacher, I've been a physics teacher, and that fluctuates every year. With that, I also am now creating my own curriculum documents instead of a curriculum being provided for me where I don't have to lesson plan something different every year. If we can now also not have to like focus on, I'm creating my own scope and sequence, and that is now something that's provided to me. That takes a lot of time to like now change and create something new every year. And those are one of the things that I personally would just like focus on like shifting from. I don't know how other schools operate, but that's just my experience.
I will also say, at a particular charter school, repetition of behavior tracking can get extremely excessive in terms of paperwork. Logging it in a system, sending an email to a parent, CCing a certain person on an email, logging it in a second system. And solutions do exist if we were willing to invest in the best versions of these online platforms that we already purchased the cheapest versions of. So if we were willing to spend that extra money to streamline that process, we would probably spend a third of the time we spend logging this behavior.
So better curriculum purchases, better procurement of software.
And having software that communicates with each other so that you're not duplicating what you've already done in one system. They should be able to talk so that if you're doing, commenting on a student in one platform, it should have some type of connectivity to the next so that you're not redoing that same report again on the other.
May I get an example of two systems that you're currently using that don't work together?
So,
Like, so some things like Google Classroom and Canvas and some of those platforms that some schools might utilize. I know some, for instance, Google Classroom was one that was working, but it didn't integrate into PowerSchool, so students' grades would not connect between the two.
So it's Aspen and Google Classroom, or Aspen and Canvas. So if you're getting your grades in Canvas, you have to go ahead and transfer them and put them in the Aspen, things of that nature. So those two platforms aren't speaking to each other. There are platforms that do, but it's still extra work and you're duplicating what you've already done.
Thank you.
Representative Goulet.
I want to thank you all for coming in after a busy day of teaching, so thank you for seeing us here. Two issues I'll talk about. First, with Mr. Thompson, I will start with you. You mentioned housing as an issue, and I would love to work with you on that. One thing I've thought about for a while is if we could do something where we have an enhanced HPAP program where there's generous down payment assistance from the city to kind of close the gap that exists between, a starting teacher's ability to buy versus the average price of homes in DC, and then have that amount forgiven based on years of service, so that if you worked 30 years with the city, that would be completely forgiven and you'd own your home outright. Because I really do think there's a benefit of having our teachers living in our communities, for sure, and it just helps with retention generally, reduces commute times and creates an incentive to stay. we're, as a board, growing. We're kind of still, I wouldn't say are in our infancy anymore, but maybe our teenage years. And as we kind of learn to use the full scope of our authority, one thing we're doing tonight is introducing legislation. So I would love to work with you and Empower Ed over the next month to see if we can get legislation drafted to tackle this issue of affordability for housing for our teachers. I think it's something that would really make a big difference. So I'd love to work with you on that, and I'd just love your thoughts on it.
Well, first of all, I say thank you. Being a native Washingtonian is like, being in the community that you're working. I grew up in Anacostia, and I know the community, so I think it's essential that you become part of that community, and then therefore you build those relationships. Again, like you said, it's a reason why you should stay. You have a home, you're in the community, you know the community, you're a part of it. So thank you for that, and I look forward to working with you.
Okay, wonderful. I'll connect with you afterwards. And then, Mr. Cherry, you mentioned the issue of like discipline issues and the challenges those present. Can you go into a little bit about that? And then I know my colleague, Representative Best, mentioned the cell phone issue, which has been discussed a lot. I mean, my thought would be that we shouldn't have them in the classrooms, but I'd love your thoughts on that.
Yeah, so I also agree cell phones should not be in the classroom. Unfortunately, last year, my students didn't operate with integrity using their phones. Oftentimes, they would airdrop different things to classmates. They would call family up to come to the school to do things. They would text another classmate or student to go to another classroom to fight or something like that. So to mitigate that issue, my school said, let's pilot doing away with phones for this year. I do believe across the board we should do that, and just find strategies to, one, allow students and allow families to communicate with schools appropriately.
Thank
if an
you so
emergency
much.
comes up.
I appreciate it. I'd love to talk to you more, but I see my time is up, so they're about to give me the hook. Thank you.
Representative Henderson.
Hi, thank you all. This might not be a fair question, but several of you mentioned flexible scheduling, and we have piloted that in the city. So I'm wondering if Empower Ed or anyone else that you're aware of is collecting any kind of data on how that experience has gone that you could point us to.
As far as I know, that there were several grants that were given to charters to some schools, but there were more applications that were more schools applied than the funds were needed. And I know that Empower Ed we testified on DC Council to try to get that grant back up. So if there's anything that we would like for you guys to, please try to fund a budget, part of the reform and budgeting to get additional allotments for schools so that we can do the flexible scheduling again and pilot the program again. We need help. DC Council is not committed to that right now, saying that they don't have the money, but we need to push for that. So there were more schools that needed, that applied for it than the grant allowed, and then they cut the budget, from what I understand.
I'm sorry, I'm going to interrupt. Representative Henderson, can you pause for a second? Can we reset the clock for 1 minute and 30 seconds? I'm going to ask members that when Director Butler calls you, just to pause to make sure they're able to reset the clock so you're able to get your full 3 minutes in, because that clock started at about 1.5 minutes, which is why I'm interrupting. I also want to note I don't think we've heard from any of the, don't start the clock yet, this does not count. I do not believe we have heard from any of the virtual witnesses, so I don't know if they're having difficulty jumping in, but I do want to flag that this panel does include virtual witnesses, and they are hanging out with us this evening as well. So let's set the clock back to 1 minute and 30 seconds. Members, please just take a look before you start your questioning to make sure you get your full time. Thank you.
And Ms. Siobhan, you mentioned impact. If someone were to say to you that the fact that teacher retention is lower in charter schools, which do not have impact, how might you explain that?
I think there's a lot more that goes into teacher retention than just impact. Charter schools vary significantly in how they treat their teachers. We know from a great deal of data on charter schools that we have many ineffective charter schools in the city. I happen to be lucky in working at a really good one. And we see that from the charter schools that are opened and closed and lose their charters all the time. So
So
And
what are,
I have-
sorry, what are some of the factors that, that might influence that?
Definitely. So at the school I work at, I think the thing that makes the retention higher is specifically the focus on developing teachers and shaping them into great educators and creating those positive relationships. I also think my school does have a focus on respecting time and paying teachers for additional time. So we spoke about extracurriculars. Every extracurricular teacher is paid for the time that they spend working on those extracurriculars. Summer assignments, same thing, paid for those. And attention is paid to how much time is being pulled for PD and meetings, and our time is given back where it can be, and that really pays dividends, as we can see in our retention rate.
Thank you.
Representative O'Leary. Hold 1 second.
I have a question about impact. Could y'all explain to me, I know y'all are super teachers and you probably are all highly effective, so you're impacted differently, but could you explain to me any good things that happened during impact that affected your skills?
I can respond to that. I'll say first, I was not highly effective in my first impact, which I think just kind of highlights actually how sort of unnecessary and frivolous the whole system is. I think it goes without saying that a first-year teacher is unlikely to be rated as effective or highly effective. My rating was developing, which made sense for a first-year teacher. And it's like, impact is telling us things that can be told without having the impact system operating the way that it does. You don't need impact to tell you that a first-year teacher is developing. That being said, what I appreciated about it, which again is not something that's exclusive to the evaluation system itself, is that it gave me a little bit more face time with administrators, and receiving that direct feedback and like specific feedback to specific parts of my practice and my instruction. I did find that helpful. So yeah, but again, that's something that I think we can do without having the evaluation system as it exists.
I'd like to just interject that I know that you have a fabulous principal. Yes, sir.
Oh, now I was gonna say, in this 28 years, I've been effective, but not highly effective. I think the essential practices that they are pushing for is sound. However, the evaluation process and how it's being a punitive thing, if you're not in a boys or girls club in this particular building, then you tend to not get the rating that you may deserve or that you're well qualified for. So I've never been highly effective, although I support every teacher that's been highly effective. And I know their skill set comes from me. So how they earn a highly effective rating where I'm just effective. However, that's not why I'm there. But it's subjective, it's personal. I like this person right here. I'm gonna make sure that I give them that bonus and things of that nature. So I think the essential practices are worthy, but however, the evaluation piece and the evaluators is what the issue, or the issue that we're dealing with in our system. So it could be taken both ways, but there's no reason why, no reason why a mentor is less effective than his mentee. And many of them. So if I have 5 teachers I'm working with, they're highly effective, and I'm not. So it's just, but I'm okay with that because I'm helping someone else. I'm a servitude educator, and so I want to make sure that I support others.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Representative Reed.
Good evening. Question. First, I want to apologize to the panel behind this. I do have to leave. I have a friend in town experiencing joblessness. And it's just good for me to be a good friend as well as a good board member. So I'm going to email some of you all questions later. However, I do want to ask for the panelists to my left. I know one of you stated 28 years in the profession. You were 20, yes, 28 years, 17, okay? And what kept you? What were the elements that kept you? Because we hear the turnover in the 5 years and out, but what kept you?
For me, it's been those relationships, those who have mentorship, the opportunity to lead with those who want to be led. For me, having support systems and additional finances to help me to maintain my lifestyle and things of that nature. But it's more of the community within every building that I've been in, and it's time. I mean, this is a tough profession. So that support to really have those deep dives into education, and for those students who may really need that support. So really, it's just having a support system, the finances to help you there, and taking really great vacations throughout the year. So putting those within my schedule, you know, that the quads, you have to really build that into, and you know, you take your wellness serious. You know, take those trips, take some time off, and really make sure that you are the best person you can be when you are in that building, and just being prepared, you know, for anything. I just think, you know, you expect the unexpected, and just going from there.
I'm probably a little bit more selfish. It's my favorite thing to do.
I love it.
It feels that wonder, you know, creativity, and it's the joy that I have. I've always wanted to be a teacher. I've always loved teaching, and I love to see the joy in the eyes of the students that get it. When that light bulb goes off, they're like, oh, and you're like, yes, you know, they got it. And it's the toiling, you know, and the sitting down and saying, you got this. I know you can do it. And you've got everything that you need. And that keeps me going, and it's kept me going all these years, and I'll never stop. And now that it's the teachers too, for me now. Now that I'm an advocate for teachers, charter school teachers, and that need to be unionized, it's for them as well.
Thank you all.
Thank you. Thank you for asking.
Representative Williams.
Yes. I appreciate that question, Representative Reed, and your answers also resonate with me, not just the wonderful vacations, but but also the joy of teaching and the culture that is evident and important within a building. And I think that's something that we need to take into account as a priority when we look at the upcoming report card as a measure of school quality, because those relationships with colleagues and the support system that we have within a building does play a really pivotal role. And Mr. Chair, you had kind of talked about too, I think in this conversation, oftentimes the demands that administrators put on us or put on teachers can sometimes be adversarial, and we forget as teachers that administrators also need support and that there's a lot of stresses there. You gave a variety of practical things that you think can improve school culture from that side. Can you speak to that a little more as well as to what you think could be helpful with creating longevity and support systems from that perspective?
Yeah, so I think one aspect is what was mentioned earlier from the previous panel, true mentorship. I think when you find partnership with administration who isn't really just trying to just check off boxes and say we did this, but there's true buy-in with their staff, I think that's really, really critical and important. I find that when I first got into the school, my school, I was said, hey, this is going to be your mentor teacher, and I never met with that person again beyond then. So I do believe mentoring and just also reaching back. I think that's really critical and important. Another thing I believe that would play really well into teacher retention is understanding synergy. What is your staff strengths? What are people good at, and what are their interests? And utilizing that in your schools. I believe so many teachers are talented in so many different ways. We have staff members that like anime, and you have so many students that like anime. Utilize that and I think you find that they'll develop a culture where students and teachers are now happy, and at the end of the day, administrators also get what they want, which is a happy, good, functioning school.
Thank you. And I only have about 30 seconds left, so I'll just remind the panel and the board that we are working on induction standards within the committee to support new teachers. And I also know that we need to differentiate professional development for teachers at different levels of their journey to help make sure that teachers are growing, are supportive, and that we can't just depend on impact or an evaluation system to do that work for us. So thank you all.
Representative Best.
It's my turn. All right. So I have a couple layers to these questions, so please bear with me. From a personal note, when do you all feel most burnt out? And what role do policies and school leadership play in that? I love the laugh.
I think for me, it's whenever deliverables increase, so at points when grades are due, weeks right after breaks, those are the times that specifically the flexible scheduling component would come to the great benefit of teachers. When the deliverables increase, our ability to be present for our students vastly decreases, the behaviors go up, and everything kind of snowballs from there.
Okay.
From the onset, when teachers don't have a seat at the table to decide what the scheduling looks like, to decide what the curriculum, to decide, how they're teaching and what the grouping looks like, their planning schedules, especially for charter school teachers who don't have any type of bargaining at all. They can't negotiate any of their salaries. They can't negotiate any of their planning time. They don't have any type of protections when it comes to their employment. They're at will. They need a seat at the table so they can discuss it. They need to be engaged with their employers. If they say anything, they are risking everything if they work against the model. So from the onset, teachers in charter schools, they need to have a seat at the table.
Okay.
I would say that all the time is my answer. Unfortunately, I do leave with an abundance of tasks and things to do at home. And that's really hard to do when you're also still trying to manage and maintain. I'm a chubby guy. I'm trying to lose some of this weight, and I'm not functionally able to go to the gym at appropriate times. So I do find that my typical hours of sleep are from 12 a.m. until about 4 to 5 a.m. before I start getting up to prepare for the next day. And that's just not sustainable in the long run. So that's something I'm personally just trying to work towards bettering.
I also wonder what the impact of a strong leader or what that impact has on teacher retention, and thinking about our pipeline and knowing that not all good teachers are going to become good principals. And it seems like we always find our principals from people who were good teachers or maybe was a good coach, but it's really hard to go from managing 0 people to managing a whole building, not just as a business, but also as an institution of learning. And I guess I'll leave it there, but I would love to continue to talk about what that looks like as far as pipeline, leadership pipeline, and the research that you guys have on that as well.
Vice President Patterson.
Thank you. I don't want to mispronounce your name.
Siobhan.
Thank you. You said something very interesting to me at the very outset. You said 17%? Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. That you guys have one of the, I'm just guessing, lower percentages of people leaving your LEA. I think that's really interesting for the mere fact that I want to get a little technical, and I don't know if you can with me and stuff like that, about you guys' evaluation system, okay? Can you talk a little bit about what the metrics are in your evaluation systems and their percentages and stuff like that, how your evaluation system, and the reason I asked that question is because you also talked about impact. And we know for a very long time, we want to do something with that. I think all my colleagues agree that impact is not working, okay? But I have a person in front of me who has an evaluation system and 17%. So I would like to hear a little bit more about that.
Yeah, so I will say my school uses the Danielson rubric, which I do not personally advocate for, but the way my school uses it has been made effective. So Danielson can be used incorrectly and it can be used correctly. And we use Danielson in a holistic fashion where teachers set their own, they grade themselves at the beginning, we receive grades from our administrators, and we work together in a holistic model to set goals. And at the end of the year, we are graded again by ourselves and by an administrator, and we check up on those goals. While our test scores our administrators pay attention to our test scores, they are not explicitly a part of whether or not we receive an offer back at our school. And it's more about the holistic model of teaching. My school is actually working to get even more holistic and take Danielson apart even further and focus on the elements of collaboration, intellectual engagement, and autonomy in the classroom, and focus on how teachers are shaping those to fit their own subject in a more kind of qualitative sense rather than focusing on the pure numbers. So the numbers are there, but the goal setting and the collaboration between coaches and teachers is more the focus.
And
just to be clear, 3 out of 4 of us are charter school teachers, and we are not affected by impact at all.
Okay.
And a lot of charter schools do not have a model for evaluative systems for their teachers anyway. They don't. And we've covered that in our collective bargaining right now with a couple of our schools. We would love to have more oversight for charter schools in their evaluative methods for their teachers. That is something that I understand that the board can do.
Okay, and I appreciate that. How many times has this body or anybody gone to the PCSB, and I know I'm at time, and done the same testimony, which is the authorizers of charter LEAs?
Well, how many times do they have open bargaining, open meetings?
I went to one Monday. Okay, but thank you.
How often?
Oh. President Thompson?
Yeah, so the Public Charter School Board meets every month, and you can sign up to give public testimony in front of them, and I really do encourage folks who teach at public charter schools to give testimony in front of them. I actually do not have questions at this time. I will make a note, though, housekeeping note. We do not have the timer to be nitpicky. We have the timer because there are folks behind other folks. And I'm just going to do a quick breakdown in math. So if all of the members take up their 3 minutes of questions, which pretty much everybody does, because we're really engaged members and we really want to hear from everybody, essentially you get 13 sets of 3-minute questions with no transitions. That is 39 minutes of just the asking of the question. That does not include the time you testify in front of us. And the amount of people on each panel, which means easily every panel is upwards of 1 hour. And I'm not saying that to be difficult, but it really hurts when I hear like Director Butler going back saying to everybody, because it creates a, right, saying like, thank you, because, right, I say that because I encourage folks to talk with us outside of these meetings so we can have longer and fuller conversations. I have had the experience, I have a lot of experience testifying in front of folks, and 3 minutes is never enough. 5 minutes is not going to be enough. 7 minutes is not going to be enough because this is hard and complicated stuff. Please do reach out to us, set up meetings with us, catch us after, catch us before, all the things, because this last panel, they are going to be with us until probably at least 9:30 tonight. And I know some of them are teachers that have obligations too. And I heard you describe your sleep schedule. And so I just want to note that because it does make like a huge difference. So I really appreciate everybody's testimony. I really appreciate the engagement, and I'm encouraging you to also engage with us outside of these meetings so we can have fuller conversations because that's really important to me. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you all for your time this evening. We will now call the last round of public witnesses. Zell Lee Jones, online. Laura Fuchs, Sally Swartz, online. Sophia Cho, Brady Woodhouse, Capri Romney. We will start with Zell Lee Jones, online.
Oh, good evening, everyone. My name is Zelly Jones, and I am a 7th and 8th grade humanities special education teacher from Ward 4 and an Empower Ed Fellow. My passion to teach, my why, is planting seeds. As a child, my father, who was self-educated, believed that reading and writing were the mechanics of knowledge. He told my brothers and me that writing is like planting seeds to create the life you want, allowing you to be the master of your fate. I joined Empower Ed to expand on my father's dream that his kids will plant seeds for our family, students, teachers, and communities who have the right to an education system that reciprocates the benefits that they put into it. Today, I'm here to discuss what steps the city can take to retain educators like me. Teacher retention is important to me because the turnover has an impact on our students and the progress they make each year. Recently, a beloved special education teacher moved on to another position in education due to the lack of money and administrative support needed to retain her. As a school culture, we are challenged with finding qualified replacements and time to spend supporting all of our students, especially our IEP students. In addition, steps are constantly being added to the IEP process, making it hard to keep up and stay compliant with, which is a huge part of how special education teachers keep their jobs. In order to support teacher retention, I have a few ideas to present. First, training our administration, general, and enrichment teachers in special education to broaden their understanding of what goes into the IEP process. Providing professional development to general education and administration would help special education teachers feel at ease in their practice and feel the equitability in their schools. Another suggestion is pay incentives or increases, and is another solution to teacher retention. The organization Teach Plus conducted research on why special education teachers leave the profession. In the state of Hawaii had significant gains when in 2022, they started an incentive where they gave special education teachers $10,000 pay increase. Before the incentive, approximately 30% of special education teacher positions were open. As of 2021, the number of turnover is down to 15%. Fair pay is vital for special education teachers, as though it's not a pay increase. The first step my school has taken to retain me is to be transparent with our salary step program. It is vital that the School Board of Education build teacher retention solutions and push the council to act by balancing fair pay with improvements in work conditions. When teachers are treated well, we are able to foster the relationships needed, our students, and facilitate learning. When we can retain our students in school, we can maintain our students in their success. Maintaining their success is planting seeds and watering seeds to ensure the future of our kids are bright. Our students deserve the attention we can give them to grow. Thank you so much for your time.
Ms. Fuchs.
All right, thank you. I'm only going to be reading highlights from this testimony because I gave it to you before on October 18th, 2023. So I'm here today as an educator of 18 years, all of which I've served at H.D. Woodson High School in Ward 7. As I've mentioned before, I came in 2007, the same year as mayoral control started under the extreme privatizers Adrian Fenty and Michelle Reed. This has been carried on by Muriel Bowser and Dr. Louis Farabee. Under my time here, 13 of my 18 years have been on expired contracts. That's over 70% of my teaching year. The math doesn't change. That's despite the fact that y'all passed a resolution that called for both sides to come to the table, which at the time I said was weak language. I was right. There's only one side that's disrespecting these negotiations, and it's not the Washington Teachers Union. It is Mayor Bowser and her team. And it is hard for me to sit through all of this question and answers. Now I'm off script, but I can't stay on it. When people in this space are spending their time building alliances with that mayor, with Ed Reform Now, with Democrats for Education Reform, taking their money, taking their support, running for office and acting like the WTU is their friend. You're not our friend. You are hanging out with the very people who are blocking us. So when you ask, what is the solution? Stop hanging out with privatizers. Stop spending time harming the WTU. It's enough. I don't want to hear any more hand-wringing about, oh my gosh, what can we do? You're part of the problem. It's that simple. And it's hard to sit in here and act like you're not, and act like you're here to help solve things. You are not. A little resolution isn't going to do anything when you're spending your time with Education Reform Now, who put these systems in place and keeps them going. I don't understand how we can square that circle. We can't. So it's really frustrating to sit here with an organization that was literally founded to end teachers' unions. And you want to spend time with them and take their money and take their support while they are pushing those policies behind closed doors. That is what they do. That is what that money goes for. Everything that Walton money touches is towards that end, period. They may put a nice face on it. They may say something else in public. They may do anything symbolic to point out, but in the end, it is mayoral control, and that system is being used to harm teachers. It is with intent, and the intent is privatization. It's not going to change until we change that system and we end this system that Ed Reform Now is allowed to perpetuate. So that is kind of where I sit here, listening to what I view as a bunch of hypocrisy and acting like there's nothing we can do when there are things we can do, and we need to deal with the root of the issue. And all this other stuff is just moving chairs on the deck of the Titanic. Thank you.
Sally Schwartz online.
Hi. Thank you, Laura. Thank you, President Thompson and members of the board. I am Sally Schwartz from the nonprofit Globalized DC, and my testimony is going to actually focus on the graduate profile. Excuse me. We want to make sure that our DC graduate profile reflects the reality that our students need to be equipped with the knowledge, skills, attitudes, and experiences that will help prepare them for work and confident engagement in the culturally diverse, globally interconnected society they will inhabit. Whether we're talking Gaza, Haiti, climate change, pandemics, what happens around the world is part of our world here, our politics, our communities. There is no longer a wall that can be built that separates us and our futures from that of the wider world. And this is important for all our students, not just a privileged or self-selected few. Whatever career paths our students choose, STEM, healthcare, hospitality, business, architecture, their future colleagues, their customers, their bosses, their work sites could very well be international and multilingual. Our students could even choose to go to university abroad. It's imperative that educators, students, and parents appreciate that college and career pathways will increasingly play out on a global stage and that our students belong there. Beyond careers, our students working with others around the world need to be and can be part of the solution to the huge world crises that will require global cooperation. And these are K-12 students that can engage cross-culturally to help create small solutions to big world problems. So all this is to say that we want to be sure that global competence is embedded explicitly in the graduate profile. The characteristics and competencies listed in the current draft align well with global competencies. We're not asking for more content, but ensuring that what we have is taught with a global frame. Otherwise, global education is just for some students and not for all students. This is about expanding the world of possibilities. In terms of recommendations, we believe it's very important to add to the document preamble an explicit statement of the goal to educate our students for global citizenship and global competence. We also want to ensure that the understanding of diversity includes national, cultural, religious, and linguistic diversity in regard to communication, collaboration, conflict resolution, and media literacy. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Sophie Zhou, Lead Director of Education Division, Taipei Economic and Cultural Representative Office in the United States, Taiwan's de facto embassy. My office represents Taiwan's Ministry of Education in promoting all levels of educational collaboration between Taiwan and the United States, including K-12 to higher education. My office helps 68 students and teachers across 3 high schools and 1 middle school to visit Taiwan during spring break this year. They are Theodore Roosevelt High School, McKinley Technology High School, Jackson Ray High School, and Aliceville Middle School. I'd like to take this opportunity to present our Mandarin Immersion Program, short-term Mandarin study groups of American students in Taiwan. The ministry will subsidize groups of American students to study Mandarin and experience Taiwan's culture. With the support of my office, we will pair your school with host language centers in Taiwan, offering customized courses. Details of the subsidy includes each group should consist of 15 students, accompanied by 1 to 2 teachers. The study period can be 2 to 4 weeks, and my ministry will sponsor each person a subsidy of $6,000 NT per week. The Ministry of Education also sponsors employing Taiwan's Mandarin teachers in the U.S. The subsidy covers round-trip airfare and $1,600 per month for 1 year. This year, DCPS requested 2 Mandarin teachers from Taiwan and acquired 24 candidates. In order to reach the goal of bilingual education policy, my ministry supports twinning between Taiwan and the U.S. primary and secondary schools to provide students in Taiwan with opportunities to practice English. So DC schools that are interested in developing partnerships with schools in Taiwan are welcome to contact my office. So this is what I present today about the education collaboration between Taiwan and United States. Thank you.
Brady, you can go ahead.
Hi, first I wanted to commend Empower Ed and...
I'm sorry, I want to just wait till the 3 minutes starts. Thank you.
Of course. Hi, I wanted to first commend Empower Ed and the dedication they've shown to students and teachers in DC. The testimonies have been powerful. My name is Brady Woodhouse, and I'm the president of the Health Justice Club and a student at School Without Walls. Our club, an interscholastic student advocacy initiative, has worked over the past year to bring the school nursing shortage center to our policymakers' agendas. Upon learning about the cluster system's failures, the first 6 members of our club testified at the State Board of Education public meeting in March. 6 months later, that first step has fabricated to legislative change with the provisions we advocated for. I speak for the rest of the club when I express my excitement about the State Board of Education's new resolution advocating for enhanced school nurse staffing and support in DC schools. Since my diagnosis with type 1 diabetes 5 years ago, my experience with school nursing support has been a shattered version of the service DC Health promised me. The new resolution seeks to amend the problem sprouted from the nursing cluster system. For example, 35 hours of medical support a week is the standard, yet students continuously find themselves disadvantaged by a nurse's absence and by a health technician's lack of full nursing capabilities. Additionally, education is meant to be an equalizer. However, in a city where chronic conditions are rising and healthcare coverage is dwindling, school nursing discrepancies have exacerbated inequity in public schools. Finally, nurses obviously aren't attracted to these over-demanding and underpaying cluster system jobs. All this to say, DCPS has left me high and dry for the treatment of my condition-induced episodes. However, working with the Health Justice Club these past 6 months has taught me one thing. My low blood sugar episodes are spontaneous, but school nursing support doesn't have to be. When students, nurses, and teachers are struggling and suffering to this extent, change must be wrought. We believe the new resolution, which details many of the initiatives the Health Justice Club has supported, can work to bring student health back to the forefront of DC Council. By demanding that nurses earn higher wages and that schools provide opportunities for students to get involved in the nursing industry, the shortage can be addressed from the root up. The first step in improving student health support is creating conversation between the State Board of Education, the Department of Health, and the victims of the system they've justified for so long. We ask for your vote for the Advocating for Enhanced School Nursing Staffing and Support in DC Schools resolution. From me, the Health Justice Club, and DC public school students, thank you.
Thank you so much. Hi, everyone. Hi, everyone. Hi, okay. Hi, everyone. My name is Capri Romney. I am a senior at Washington Latin, and I'm a co-president to the Health Justice Club, which, like you said, is an intergalactic organization representing the voices of students who are systemically disadvantaged and underserved by DC's nursing cluster system. Over the past year, we have worked to find solutions for the nursing shortage in DC, and I'm especially excited to advocate for this resolution, the Universal Public School Nurses for Safer Students Amendment Act of 2024. And the strong benefits it will have on students like me. To summarize my story, in February of last year, I experienced a health scare that had highlighted to me the severe consequences of not having a full-time nurse in a school setting. I had felt increasingly dizzy that morning, and then when I went to the nurse's office, no nurse until Wednesday was written on the board, and I ended up fainting during class, and I had to be taken to the hospital, and there it was when I was diagnosed with postural orthostatic tachycardia syndrome. And this experience is one of many that has underscored the importance of having an RN, professional healthcare available at the school. Managing POTS for me requires regular breaks and having access to high sodium snacks, which is resources that should be provided by school nurses, but the lack of consistent nursing staff in our school leads me to often find myself without that necessary support. This is dangerous for not only the student, but also it places an unfair burden on all the teachers that are not trained healthcare professionals and have to pick up the pace where nurses are not, and not because they don't want to, but because we simply don't have the resources for it. And because of this, we need a plan to get nurses in schools, and I believe this act is the plan. This act calls for nurses to have more than 30 hours a week of nurses in schools. That's simply not enough. And nobody should have to worry about basic health needs when at school. For example, I should be worrying about studying for my math test and keeping up with the notes, and I shouldn't have to be worrying about my sodium levels during class, because that's not what we go to school for. Many students depend on nurses as their primary source of health care, so ensuring a nurse is always available at school provides essential care that some students might not have otherwise. And it also empowers our community to collectively support every child's needs. Prioritizing and funding full-time nurses in schools is a crucial step towards ensuring the well-being and success of our young people, and I urge you to vote for this new resolution. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you all. We will now turn to our round of member questions. We will start with our student members. Representative Barnes. Representative Lynn. Representative Mayer.
Hi Brady and Capri. I just saw Brady at school today, so this is a great reunion. Thank you all for coming in. I am just as excited about the nursing resolution as you are. I think that it is crucial to have adequate nurses in schools for the sake of the students and the teachers, as you said. Ms. Fuchs, thank you also for coming in. I believe I testified beside you at a hearing here around this time last year, and you brought the same passionate energy, and I also appreciate you coming here and calling the state board out, because that is one of my favorite things to do. And I would love to be of service to your initiatives and your goals, however I can be as a new member and as a student. Is Ms. Jones still on the, okay. I have a question. Ms. Jones, can you hear me? Maybe not.
Is
Okay.
Ms. Jones online? Okay, she is not.
Okay, well, in that case, Ms. Schwartz, I also want to emphasize my agreement to everything that you said. I think that especially with all of the recent political upheaval that we've seen, it is imperative to have students be literate in current events and in how they can engage with their community. So I just want to echo what you said and that my belief in that. And yeah, I don't have any other questions.
Representative Ting?
I would like to again say that
One
I'm a bit.
moment.
Sorry, let me wait for the timer to reset. Do I wait for the timer to reset?
Yep,
Okay.
go right ahead.
Okay. Yeah, I would like to echo Anna in that, like I'm a big fan of Brady's bill, and Eric and nurses are good. I support that. I wasn't unfortunately I was using the bathroom while Laura testified, but I'll be rewatching the recording to see what she said. As for, I'm actually most interested in, as a Taiwanese person, I'm actually really interested in what do you mean by connecting Taiwan and DC schools, and how does the State Board of Education play into that? Because I understand that you took several teachers and students on trips to Taiwan, but how does that impact the State Board? Does that impact it through like culture and language immersion? What's the goal there?
Yeah, for the training between the Taiwan and the U.S. Primary and secondary schools, my office will be the liaison contact office for your schools and Taiwan. We will make the pair and to hold a virtual meeting and to invite the teacher and principals from your school in DC and the school in Taiwan, and they will talk about how to create an opportunity for both sides kids. And probably kids can meet every once a semester or twice a semester. So kids, they can take video and present themselves. For example, if you are a student learning Mandarin Chinese and our student want to practice English, like our student in Taiwan, they can introduce themselves and their school and their hometown, their country in English. And your student here in DC, probably they can practice their Mandarin Chinese. So they can be pen pair and they can mail Christmas card and they can exchange view and then, just create a platform for them to become, to make friends with the world. That's what we do before. And we can also talk and according to you, what you want to do. So my office will be the key person, be the key office to create a platform.
Okay, and okay, interesting. Thank you, I guess. I would like to also add, I think of course I have the statistics pulled up because I have them saved on my computer already. There are 43 students in DCPS who took a test, but like would this program like accommodate all like 43 DCPS students who took AP Chinese, for example, in 2022?
DCPS to learn to learn the AP Chinese?
Like what like levels of Chinese would you be?
If the DC schools, they are in the K to 12.
Okay, I see.
The students, their Chinese level are
Thank
different.
you.
So actually, we have some kinds of tests just similar to TOEFL or IELTS to test
Thank you,
their
ma'am. Oh.
proficiency, and then we will help them to.
Ma'am? Oh, I'm so sorry. Thank you. Representative Goulet?
I want to thank you all for your testimony, both virtually and then coming in person. I want to just start with, Mr. Woodhouse, Ms. Romney. The two of you took time out of your Sunday to meet with me on a Zoom about this issue, and I mean, just brought in, that energy you have from your club, and frankly, the great ideas to amend the legislation. I mean, Ms. Romney actually changed an important provision of it. We went back and checked with experts on it after, and it was just such good feedback. I mean, you're doing such an amazing job with this advocacy, and you're so brave to come in and tell your personal stories here. on this. So I think now's the time to get this done. I mean, to me, what really opened my eyes on this, I know it's been an issue for years. We've received pushback from DC Health. There's some new leadership at DC Health now, and I'm optimistic. Hopefully a fresh set of eyes will see the urgency in this over there. Now, our amazing staff here at the State Board did a great job in research on this, and one thing that just startled me was the fact that we've gone from 82 registered nurses a year ago down to 44 this year. I mean, it shows our nurses, who love our schools, love our students, are leaving because of this system. And we've got to change it fast, because I'm really worried about a downward spiral where if we don't increase pay, we don't increase benefits like providing loan forgiveness, that we're going to lose more of our nurses, and we're going to be in a situation where we don't even have enough nurses to cover the cluster model, which is basically just zone defense and not really proactively trying to get our students to a healthier place. So I just want to thank you for your courage, all your work on this, and I'm very excited, assuming that we get the votes on this today, to advocate for a hearing at the DC Council on this fall, and then inclusion in the budget, because that's going to be really key, is to get the money for this important initiative in the next year's budget. So I want to thank you both for your leadership. Lastly, I got to put my glasses on to see the clock. 55 seconds left. Ms. Fuchs brought up some good points. I mean, she brought up 13 of 18 years, I think, not having an approved contract. That's an abysmal record. We must do better on that. And I think earlier Commissioner Morales mentioned the issue, it was right at the end of his round, but on the issue of needing a committee on education, again at the DC Council, which I wholeheartedly agree with. I'm really concerned, and I've spoken about this year after year, that the council took this on, that they were supposed to be the overseers, but when they only have one hearing, and they put all three of the major education agencies in a single day and give it short shrift and don't put the attention and focus on it that it used to get and that it deserves, that does give me pause. Now, I will say I've seen our schools before mayoral control. I've seen them now. I think there's pros and cons to each model, and look forward to working with everybody on this issue.
Representative Henderson.
So, Ms. Fuchs, you did point out that there is a particular mayor right now, a particular chancellor, who are obstructing contract, but you're pointing to an 18-year history. So what are the what does that say to you about the systemic issue at hand?
It says that politicians are easily bought, and Democrats for education reform money runs deep. No one in this town spends more money than they do on local elections. Nobody. You could add up all the developers, and they're still spending more than they are. And it twists it around real fast. The W2 and the AFT have won elections. Vince Gray. It took less than 2 months for him to be purchased and to reverse everything he said he was going to do on education. Didn't even last a month. So, I mean, this is about money in politics, and the money is coming from one camp and one camp only, and it's going in one direction, and it's keeping the status quo. And a lot of people are taking that money.
All right, thank you. Mr. Woodhouse and Ms. Romney, thank you for your continued advocacy. You're organizing, and it's effective. I encourage you to just keep going. Hopefully this resolution will be helpful in that, and there's more work to be done, as you know, and hopefully we can support you through that. Ms. Schwartz, if I could ask you, thank you for speaking to the profile, but if it's not too soon to ask if you could look towards requirements, do you have any thoughts about graduation requirements and what we should be thinking about related to global education?
Yes, I definitely do. First of all, world languages, I know that will be on the table. And so I think if we accept that our students need to be prepared globally, world languages will not be eliminated. You may know that we tried to get competency-based credit for world languages approved. The board approved 2 or 3 times. OSCE never moved forward on that. So I think developing a competency-based credit policy would really open up options and access for students. So we definitely will be pushing on that. I do think there should be consideration of a global perspectives course, whether it's an elective or mandatory, we still don't do current events globally in our school system, and I think it's time to do that. And lastly, because I think that credit flexibility is going to be on the table, at least I hope so, as we discuss requirements. I think there are opportunities for outside people to offer electives that are not available in our schools. So we're really gonna, I'm really hoping for that conversation.
Thank you.
Representative O'Leary.
I want to thank you all for your testimony. It's amazing to me that we have to spend this much time getting a nurse in every school. Why would that be even up for some kind of legislation when we're just talking about the lives of our students? At the same time, the teachers are working without a contract. Why would we be having these conversations when our most important people in our education system are not working with a contract, when everyone else in the city works with a contract? It makes no sense to me. The priorities are so skewed that the most important things that need to be done for our students and our teachers and their parents and the people that work in the school buildings have to be broadcast over the TV and have to be legislation from or resolutions from us when our leaders are not ready to step up and deal with what's really important for our city. Thank you all for your testimony.
Thank you. Representative Williams.
Yeah, thank you all. Mr. Woodhouse and Ms. Romney, thank you for your continued advocacy on this issue. I echo what Representative Goulet said with seeing this through and what Representative Henderson said with continuing to see this through and see what next steps look like and know that it's important and you have support here with the rest of the board. Thank you for your insight, Ms. Schwartz, on your testimony tonight. And Ms. Fuchs, I appreciate your perspective, and thank you for your continued testimony.
Representative Best.
Woo! All right. Laura, you know I'm going to come to you. I was trying to determine if I was going to address this or not. I've been in education now for 20 years, 10 of which I was a teacher and administrator. I chose to become a teacher because my younger brother was a student who had special needs. Unfortunately, he found more love outside of school than he did inside of school, which led him to a life of crime. And so for me, I wanted to be a teacher who could connect with students who reminded me of my brother. I did that. I did that for 10 years inside the classroom as a teacher. In fact, Laura, we taught some of the same students. I left my 10th year after I lost 4 students to gun violence, and eventually it became 5. So I am also one of those people who have worked with Democrats for Ed Reform. And we don't agree on everything, believe it or not. I've also worked with Empower Ed. I've also worked along other agencies outside. And I've worked at DCPS with one goal, and that one goal is to improve outcomes for people who look like me, who remind me of my little brother, and other students in Washington, D.C. So attacks on character, saying that people are bought is something that is really frustrating to me, especially because I know it's not true. I'm actually getting really emotional as I speak about this right now. I've actually made it a point not to address you during a lot of our meetings. When I first was running for office, I remember approaching you and asking you about what teachers were looking for, and you actually told me that you would not entertain a conversation with me. You would only speak with me in public arenas, such as at meetings. For me, as someone who wants to get things done, that does not make me feel like you want to get things done. It makes me feel like you want to have a fight, and you're choosing a fight, and you're choosing me to be one of those people you fight, as opposed to finding solutions to the problems. Absolutism in our country is something that we are really fighting right now, and it's dangerous. Otherization is dangerous. I guess my question would be, for those people that you're addressing, such as myself, what policies has this board passed or pushed that has been harmful to DC public schools? Because we've passed the resolution to help support you. We've attended the rallies. We've held meetings with other leaders as well. What are you wanting to see differently?
So first, I do want to say, I don't mean anything in a personal manner. I understand we take things personally. I do as well, as an educator who gets attacked
Ms.
by
Fuchs,
reform.
I am so sorry, but the time is up. Representative Chang.
All right. So like Representative Ting, I also come from a Taiwanese background, so want to focus tonight on addressing some of the things that Sophie testified. Thank you for coming to testify in front of the State Board of Education. Just want to clarify the three offers and the asks to make sure we understand right. It sounds like you're offering full-time paid Mandarin instructors to be embedded inside DC schools.
Not full-time, monthly subsidy.
Got it. Okay. And then there's paid trips for DC students to go study Mandarin in Taiwan?
Not paid trip, but scholarship.
Scholarship. And that there's also a program that you're building that would be a pen pal program, it sounds like, between DC schools and schools in Taiwan.
Yes.
Great. And so what it sounds like to me, what would be helpful from the board members would be to think about which are the schools in our wards that actually teach Chinese that we could connect Miss Sophie to, and then also I think it actually would be really helpful, Sally, if you're still on the phone. Hi. For you to connect with Sally, who's the director of Globalized DC, and to think about where you might partner together, but appreciate that you're not only coming to think about how to build the relationships, but also I think a lot of what you're offering can be really helpful for DC students. So thank you.
Vice President Patterson.
I want to address my issues to Ms. Fuchs, and I'm not a person who deals with assumptions. So I want to be very clear. In your statement, you said nobody gets to come here and act like they like teachers when they're part of the problem. And I know I made an address about my daughter and what I listen to. Where are you referring to me?
I'm referring to a long history on this board of people acting like they have power.
That's a specific question. Where are you referring to me?
I was referring to many people on the board.
Oh, so you're referring to many people. You won't say who you're referring to. You also said it's for people who are currently running for office. I'm currently running for office. So I'm going to ask you again, where are you referring to me?
Not just you.
Not just me, but I'm included in that group. Is that correct?
You are associated with Democrats
Okay.
for Education.
That's what I wanted to get to. Okay, so let me tell you something, okay, Ms. Fuchs? Real quick, okay? I got here before you came here to be a teacher, okay? I came here in '95 as a single father and lived in Ward 8. So I came here before charter schools, before we made the change over to, mayoral control. I've been here through it all. You know one thing that's consistent? In my neighborhood, kids not learning. Won't you tell me the math proficiency at H.D. Woodson, the school that you work at? Tell me the math proficiency.
I don't really care what test scores say, so I don't know.
Oh, okay. I can tell you because it matters to parents who have kids who can't fail forward. So if you're failing those kids, you have an 81% graduation rate and a 1% math proficiency rate, and you send them off to college, you are doing a disservice to our kids. You, Ms. Fuchs.
I don't teach math. Talk
Okay,
to the mayor.
I don't care if you do teach math or not. What I'm saying is if you're going to come here and lecture somebody, make sure your stuff is tight.
okay?
This is a
You are
system
not
of
doing my
mayoral
community a
control that is
service.
causing a school like HD
Look,
Woodson
I
to
got
graduate
50
students
53
facing
more minutes.
forward.
53 more seconds. Ms. Fuchs, I'm going to tell you, by you coming here, for me personally, I'm not speaking for this body, to come here and try to throw me into a group, and I know what I've done in this city and know what I've done in this war. If you wanted that type of battle or relationship and you wanted to represent the WTU, thank you.
President Thompson.
I don't have any questions. I only have comments. My comments are in the following order. I made the assumption that Sally was already connected to you. Is that correct? Are you already with Globalized DC or no? Yes. Okay, you all are already connected. Okay.
No.
No. No, Sally said no. Okay, so that is a connection that does need to be, I'm just trying to, so for everybody knows, our staff takes notes so we know what we're supposed to do after the meeting, and that was an assumption I made. So that is a connection that needs to be made. I do have at least one school in Ward 7 that teaches Mandarin, so that's a good note for me because I try to follow up on those things. I do look forward to voting yes on the resolution in front of us around the school nurses because it really, really affects the schools in my ward, and I really do very much not only appreciate your advocacy, but I appreciate the work that not only Representative Goulet's put into this, I appreciate the panel that came before us and shared all their expertise. What was that, 2 months ago, a month ago? I appreciate Representative O'Leary and others, and actually one of our former student reps who put that panel together. And so I do encourage folks to continue to come and share the things they would like us as a board to address, because we do our best to address them. I would say all of our members do our best to address them, and I think that's really important. Sally, I will follow up with you offline about the grad profiles. I know how to find you. I really appreciate you being our lone testimony on graduate profiles this evening. That's really important to me. I don't have a comment about, I guess my only comment would be, I did talk with President Poglines earlier today and actually asked her, since it was about this time last year that we passed the resolution on the teachers, if that would be helpful again. She was like, no. She feels like you all are very close. And so I know it's a bit a winding road and a bit of a river. It's kind of like it seems like you get close, you get far away, all the things. But as people who can't be in that room, I also don't want to do anything that's disruptive. I want to be helpful. And so I'm going to trust that to be true for the moment, and we'll continue to ask as a board how we can be supportive of all teachers. I'm going to yield the rest of my time for the evening. I hope we can reset a bit as we go into our administrative votes. And if folks need to talk to me offline, happy to do that as well following the meeting, because I've already missed every single commitment I've had for the evening. So happy to go in the extra innings if folks need someone to talk to this evening. All right, thank you.
Thank you all to all of our public witnesses this evening. If you all would like to join us again, please remember that sign-up closes 48 hours before the public meeting date at 5:30 p.m. And also, thank you all for joining us virtually for our first ever hybrid public meeting. At this time, I turn the meeting back over to our president.
Thank you, Director Butler. I do want to sincerely thank all of our public witnesses for their comments tonight. I'm now going to move us on to vote on our state resolutions because the time is 9:26 p.m. I will look for a motion and a second for resolutions, followed by Director Butler reading the resolution into the record. Once the resolution is read into the record, we will have member discussion and 3-minute rounds of statements before roll call votes are conducted. We will, wait a minute. Yeah, yes, I will ask for the student statement, but somehow that note was left out of my notes, so we'll work through it. We're now going to move to vote on State Resolution SR 24-18, advocating for enhanced school nurse staffing and support in DC schools. Is there a motion? I'm going to look to Representative Goulet in case he wants to make it.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right, I think Representative O'Leary got there first. I am now coming, it's been properly moved and seconded.
At this time, may I move a motion to waive the reading of the resolution?
You sure can.
All right, I move such a motion.
All right, is there
So
a second?
moved.
All right, so moved and seconded. All in favor of waiving the reading of the resolution, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, perfect. Perfect, all right, motion carries. Seeing no further discussion on that resolution, I'm going to come to our newly minted student members to read their first statement. I don't know exactly who.
It's me.
Yes, ma'am.
On SR 24-18, advocating for enhanced school nurse staffing and support in DC schools, the Student Advisory Committee supported the resolution with 42 votes for adoption and 3 votes against. The SAC supported much of the language of SR 24-18, especially stressing the importance of nurses' connections to students. Some students raised specific concerns about the details of language in SR 24-18, recommending a 1 to 500 RN to student ratio for the sake of feasibility, and a minimum salary increase to at least $100,000 to match neighboring jurisdictions. Some students also shared concerns about the bandwidth of DC Public Schools' infrastructure and resources to adequately expand the number of RNs in schools, supporting collaboration with local universities, including but not limited to the University of District of Columbia. Overall, the SAC is in support of SR 24-18, noting its relevance to student well-being.
Thank you, Representative Mayer. Is there discussion on the resolution, members? Yes.
I'll just briefly say I hope this passes and that we can continue to figure out how to work this into the upcoming budget cycle to see that the needs are addressed.
Okay. All right. Seeing no further discussion, the motion is on the adoption of SR 24-18. Director Butler will call the roll.
Representative Barnes.
Aye.
Yes or no?
Oh, yes, sorry.
Representative Lynn. Representative Mayer.
Yes.
Representative Ting.
Yes.
Representative Best.
Yes.
Representative Chang.
Yes.
Representative Goulet.
Yes.
Representative Henderson.
Yes.
Representative O'Leary.
Yes.
Representative Reed. Representative Williams.
Yes.
Vice President Patterson.
Yes.
President Thompson.
Yes.
SR 24-18, advocating for enhanced school nursing staffing and support in DC schools, passes with a unanimous vote of the DC State Board of Education.
All right, congratulations. We have another good one on the agenda. All right, we are now moving to vote on the state resolution SR 24-19, reappointing Daniel Davis as the chief student advocate. Is Daniel still with us?
No, Dan left.
Dan said we are past his bedtime. We're still going to reappoint him, and he will find out tomorrow, I guess. All right. So, is there someone who I'll move it? I'm happy to move the reappointment of Daniel Davis as chief student advocate.
And I'm happy to second it.
All right. So it's been moved and seconded. Are we reading the resolution into the record?
And I'm happy to move a motion at this time waiving the reading of the resolution. So moved.
All right, so moved. Is there a second?
Second.
Second, perfect. The motion has been properly moved and seconded about waiving the reading. All in favor, since Dan is not here to hear it, please say aye now.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. Motion carries. Is there any discussion? Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, no, the motion.
We don't do an SAC statement on administrative matters like this, so you are not being skipped, and don't be surprised. Is there any discussion? Yes.
I would just quickly like to say that Dan Davis has done an excellent job, and the whole team at the Office of the Student Advocate does really impressive work, especially their consistent engagement with students directly. And so just want to voice my appreciation. I'm sure others share that.
I'd just like to say I've been in DC long enough to see every single ombudsman since we created the position, and Dan has done an amazing job in elevating the office and the position to truly be a voice and an advocate for our parents. I am so happy that he has said he's going to stay with us longer, has agreed to do another term, and I so support this.
Anyone else?
I have one thing.
Okay.
I'd just like to mention that the Office of the Student Advocate is open to any parents and students to get in touch with them. They do a fabulous job, and they are your advocate. And he's done a fabulous job.
Last call.
On top of all of that, every time I've asked him if he would join me for a Ward 2 event, he's always shown up, and I really appreciate that.
Right. I'm hoping I think I'm a little bit premature in saying newly appointed student advocate will hear all those kind words tomorrow. I do see one of our OSA staff, Renata, in the back, recording for him and ready to take the picture. So he has his own reappointment videos, which I think is really important. And so I am happy to come to Director Butler so we can put this resolution, we can call the vote.
Representative Barnes.
Yes.
Representative Lynn. Representative Mayer.
Yes.
Representative King.
Yes.
Representative Best.
Yes.
Representative Chang.
Yes.
Representative Goulet.
Yes.
Representative Henderson.
Yes.
Representative O'Leary.
Yes.
Representative Reed. Representative Williams.
Yes.
Vice President Patterson.
Yes.
President Thompson.
Yes.
SR 24-19, reappointing Daniel Davis as the Chief Student Advocate, has passed with unanimous vote of the DC State Board of Education.
All right, I'm excited about that. So I think, where am I going now? Less exciting, but still kind of cool. We are now ready to move to our state resolution, SR 24-20, appointing our student representatives to ad hoc committees. Is there a motion?
So moved.
All right. I'm like,
Second.
All right, we do want students on committees. A motion has been moved and seconded. I'm coming to Director Butler to read this into the record, or no? Somebody's got to say no. So,
State Board of Education.
I was going to move that we move to not read the statement.
all right, so I have it moved. Is there a second?
Second.
All right. Thank you. It's been properly moved and seconded. And so now I'm coming for discussion on the resolution. All right. Seeing no further discussion, the motion is to adopt SR 24-20. Director Butler will call the roll.
Representative Barnes.
Yes.
Representative Lynn.
Yes.
Representative Mayer.
Yes.
Representative Ting.
Yes.
Representative Best.
Yes.
Representative Chang.
Yes.
Representative Goulet.
Yes.
Representative Henderson.
Yes.
Representative O'Leary.
Yes.
Representative Reed. Representative Williams.
Yes.
Vice President Patterson.
Yes.
President Thompson.
Yes.
SR 24-20, appointing student representatives to ad hoc committees has passed unanimously by the DC State Board of Education.
All right, so I was mistaken. That was equally as exciting. We have another resolution. We have a lot of business this evening. We are moving now to vote on state resolution SR 24-21, extending the education as a civil right working group. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Thank you, Representative O'Leary. Is there a second?
Second.
All right, the motion has been properly moved and seconded. Director Butler, I'm sorry. Do we have an SAC statement on this? I don't think we need one.
It's technically administrative.
Okay, perfect. So you all are off the hook for this one. I'm coming to Director Butler to read the resolution into the record unless someone.
Yes, and I was asleep on the last one there, so I'll move it this time. I'll move a motion to waive the reading of the resolution, please.
All right, is there a second?
Second.
Okay, any discussion on that? All right, since Representative Goulet was asleep, I think we made the right decision to waive. Seeing no further discussion, the motion is to adopt, Seeing no further discussion, the motion is to adopt the waiving of the resolution. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Perfect. All right. I am now coming to Director Butler to do the roll call vote on the motion to adopt SR 24-21.
Representative Barnes.
Yes.
Representative Lynn.
Yes.
Representative Mayer.
Yes.
Representative Ting.
Yes.
Representative Best.
Yes.
Representative Chang.
Yes.
Representative Goulet.
Yes.
Representative Henderson.
Yes.
Representative O'Leary.
Yes.
Representative Reed. Representative Williams.
Yes.
Vice President Patterson.
Yes.
President Thompson.
Yes.
SR 24-21, extending the education as a civil rights working group, has passed unanimously by the DC State Board of Education.
Thank you. Based on our approved amended agenda, we are now moving on to vote on a ceremonial resolution, CR 24-8, congratulating the May Best on her retirement. Is there a motion from Representative Best?
So moved.
All right. Is there a second?
Second.
All right. The motion has been properly moved and seconded. Is there any? Oh, wait a minute. Are we reading?
I'd like to hear it.
You'd like to hear it?
Yeah.
Okay. The motion has been properly moved and seconded. I'm coming to Director Butler to read it into the record before we vote.
State Board of Education ceremonial resolution congratulating May Best on her retirement. Whereas May H. Best is retiring from her role as Executive Director of the East River Family Strengthening Collaborative. Whereas Ms. Best earned her Bachelor's of Science from North Carolina A&T University and her Master of Social Work from the University of Illinois, becoming a licensed independent clinical social worker. Whereas Ms. Best began her career as the supervisor of foster care in Youngstown, Ohio, before moving to Washington, D.C. in 1979, where she played a pivotal role in adoption services, including the launch of Homes for Black Children in D.C., the first adoption program focused solely on placing Black children with Black families. Whereas Ms. Best has been a staunch advocate for Black children in the foster care system and has worked with national leaders and organizations such as Families Rising and the Woodson Center. Whereas May Best assumed the role of Executive Director of the East River Family Strengthening Collaborative in 2000, and during her tenure has launched several successful initiatives and programs, including the East of the River Regional Socialization Hub, which provides services to seniors in wards 1, 7, and 8, and community prevention support, which provides case management to families. Whereas Ms. Best ensured that the East River Family Strengthening Collaborative have a consistent role in district-wide initiatives such as Safe Passage, Safe Blocks, the Family Rehousing Stabilization Program, and truancy prevention and out-of-school time programs. Whereas under Mae Best's leadership, the East of the River Family Strength and Collaborative annual budget has grown from $750,000 to $13 million, the largest in the Healthy Families Thriving Communities Collaborative, and the organization staff has increased from 7 to 83 employees. Now therefore be it resolved that the DC State Board of Education congratulates Mae H. Best on her retirement, recognizing her decades of leadership, dedication, and the lasting impact she has made on children, families, and seniors in the District of Columbia.
All right. Thank you, Representative O'Leary, for making sure we heard that. I think it was a good palate cleanser. I do. Is there any discussion?
Or comments?
Yeah, discussion.
Comments, okay. I think I've said this before in our working meeting. Brandon, I knew your mom before I knew you. And she was just such an integral part of me learning how to do community engagement, how you really meet people where they are. And I don't think I'm special. I think that's how she is with everybody, is that she truly cares about her community enough to mentor people who want to do the work that she's doing, to come along behind her or assist her with the work that she's doing. I am so happy that we're doing this and speak to her years of service to not just Ward 7, just not east of the river. She has been that for a lot of collaborative leaders across the city. She is the standard, literally, of how you do this work and be impactful at it. So, you know how I feel about your mom. This has nothing to do with you. It's all about your mom. And I'm glad we're doing this for her.
Further discussion? No, you don't know what to say. All right. I will say, I'm not sure if I met your mom or you first. I think I met your mom first. I do think that's true, and I think, and I'll be at the party and everything. I encourage folks to buy tickets. I don't know if this is appropriate or not, but I encourage folks to attend the celebration because it will be very much a community celebration. And if you have not met Ms. Best personally, I hope you have been touched by the collaborative services. I will say that I feel like your mom's kind of like my mom, in that people think we're cool until they meet our moms, and like their reputation precedes them because they have like so much warmth and so much love. And I know you all are both best, but she's like the best. Like she really is the best. So I'm so excited for her. I don't know how, I mean, I know who the next person is going to be, but there will never be another Mae Best. So congratulations to her, and check out ways to support East River in this transition period. Other discussion? We do. We're about to do that. Okay. Seeing no further discussion, the motion is to adopt CR 24-8. This is not a roll call vote. So all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Great. The ayes have it and the motion carries. Members, are there any announcements or comments folks want to make before we adjourn? No? Okay. I have an announcement. I'll announce it again in October. Halloween, we're back. Trunk or treat. We will do a Ward 7 trunk or treat again this year. It will be at Lot 3 in RFK. If you are looking at me confused, or if you're watching this and going, I need a safe space for my kids to trick or treat, come see me. That save the date will be coming out really soon. And members, you're welcome to come hang out with me and volunteer. If you have a car or you have a trunk or you don't and you just want to pass out candy, Kim and I have already picked out our costumes. It is a group costume if you would like to coordinate. See me offline about that. So Halloween trunk or treat, Ward 7, October 31st. Any other announcements? All right. Seeing no other announcements, I think It's time for possibly my favorite motion. Would someone like to adjourn us? Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't do what that's what I get. I didn't do what I was supposed to do. I was so excited. I do want to thank the members for their time and engagement tonight. The State Board will be holding both of its October meetings, and this is important, on Tuesday to accommodate the upcoming Jewish holidays, because you all know that we normally meet the first Wednesday and the third Wednesday. So we will be meeting the first Tuesday and the third Tuesday. Those dates are working session Tuesday, October 1st, and public meeting Tuesday, October 15th. With no further business before the State Board, I will now entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right. Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
All right. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All right, the ayes have it. I do want to thank our staff for successfully getting us through this first hybrid meeting, so we were able to welcome witnesses. So thank you all for all the work you did tonight. And this meeting of the DC State Board of Education is adjourned at 9:47 p.m. Thank you, everyone.